All right, we are live. And welcome everybody. I think we're on I think this is episode 9 of Movies in the Minefield. Good to be back here on a Friday evening for the first Spooktober. I don't know who coined that term, but it's these are always fun streams to do. So yeah, hope everybody's doing all right out there. Hope you're doing better than I am. I was just talking to Hesher before we started. My laptop shut off on me right as I went to join the stream. So streaming from the phone, but hey, that's all right. Yeah, so we're going to be talking about. Oh, we got Jerry. What's up, Jerry? Jerry's in the chat. We've got actually 3 movies we're going to be talking about tonight. We're going to be talking about Re-Animator, as I mentioned in the stream title, and then we also added 2 more. So we're going to be talking about the Resonator from 2021, and we're going to be talking about. At the last minute, we decided to add in Color Out of Space, which this was my first time seeing all 3 of those movies, and those were it's been a trip. I'll say that 'cause, Color Out of Space in particular really I was something. Um, but yeah, so yeah, like I said, we got Hesher joining us, making his I think 3rd appearance on here. What's up, Jason? Jason's in the chat, and yeah, so good to have you back. And do you want to actually, if you want to, I thought a cool thing to start us off was you went to a pretty cool event that you had initially mentioned when we talked about doing this stream. Do you want to get into that? Because I thought that seemed like it was a pretty interesting time.
Yeah, this was really fun. Thanks for having me, Maddie. By the way, great to be here. Good to see all our friends popping into the chat room over there. Thanks for joining us. So yeah, last time we were chatting. Well, first off, I came in totally unprepared last time, at least for half of that stream, because I watched the wrong freaking movie. So Maddie and I coordinated this time and made sure we were both watching the same things. Go figure. If you're gonna, go on YouTube and analyze something together, helps to know if you're both watching the same thing. So we cleared that hurdle this time. I'm happy to say. But yeah, the reason this came up was because Re-Animator was having its 40th anniversary. This first one we're going to talk about tonight, is 40 years old. It's having its 40th anniversary, and the Paramount Theater in Austin, shout out to the Paramount Theater, had a 4K restored version of Re-Animator that they were playing in this cool, like, old school theater. It's got like a mezzanine and a balcony and a floor level and a stage, and then a sort of modest movie screen behind it. And they screened Re-Animator, and it was full on. Like, for any of you who go to any of those, you know, cult classic films where people dress up and stuff like that, this was that sort of situation. I went with the lovely Spore, and we walked in the door. We hadn't even been there 2 minutes, and the ticket taker is kind of whispering in Spore's ear, and I'm like, what are they talking about? And it turns out she was saying, watch out for the zombies. And Spore was like, yeah, okay. And she's like, no, really, there's zombies walking, and this little creepy dude dressed up like a zombie, like, squirmed right in between them and goes, ah, like, right in her face. She screamed bloody murder within the first, minute we were in the theater. So I knew we were in for a good time. So for those of you that haven't seen the film, it is sort of a zombie film. There are zombie aspects to it, but not what you'd usually think about for a zombie film. More mad scientist, more Frankenstein's monster meets sort of zombieism, leaning more toward the Mary Shelley. Anyways, so it was pretty cool, and it was downtown Austin. It was packed. Theater was completely packed. I think it was sold out almost. Magically, the seat next to me was empty the whole time, so that was cool. And yeah, and one of the coolest parts was two of the main actors from the film were there, and they were doing a Q&A after the movie screening. So that's sort of the setup for what we were thinking about when we scheduled this stream here. So we had a great time at the screening, and man, I wish you could have been there, Maddie.
Yeah, I mean that would have been, especially for the I watched it on Tubi, which is Tubi is nice because it's free, but you also get you also get some pretty bizarre advertisements. So yeah, but
Yeah.
seeing it like 4K on a big screen, I mean that would have been fun. Yeah, it's funny. Just a quick anecdote, not really related. You mentioning the little like zombie guy, weaving through people. It reminds me of. I went to see KMFDM a few years ago, the industrial band, and there was this guy. I'm not knocking. Like I'm not going to make fun of people for things they can't. I'm not making fun of the guy because he was short, but he was like a really short, small kind of person, and I don't know what kind of substances this guy had ingested, but he was just sort of he was just kind of like almost like a fish, just like moving through the crowd and kind of like slipping between people, and yeah, it's yeah, a friend of mine that I went with a few friends, and the one I was standing next to, he and I just kind of looked at each other. This guy like slipped between us, and I was like, "Well, okay." He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh, I want to know what that guy's on." I was like, "Yeah."
Isn't there a Primus song called "The Salamander Man"? For some reason, I'm hearing Primus sing "Salamander Man" while you're saying this.
There probably that sounds like a Primus song. But yeah, it's so I guess was it the people went like full Rocky Horror on this one, like went all out on
Oh
the
yeah.
costumes.
Oh yeah, there was one guy, maybe you can see it on my shirt here, but one of the main features, if you know the movie, you know the movie. If you know, you know. But one of the main features is Dr. Hill, who gets decapitated and his head gets put into a medical tray. So there was a guy walking around in a full on like Dr. Hill get up with, minus a head and a head and a tray walking around. So there was some, full on elaborate, cosplays going on at the show. And Jeffrey Combs, who played Herbert West, and Barbara Crampton, who plays Megan Halsey in the movie, were both there for the Q&A at the end, which was fantastic. Probably my favorite part.
Was it were they taking, like, did you have to pre-submit questions, or do they have microphones, or how did they do the Q&A?
I was a little confused. Yeah, that's right. Exploding Powerful Eyes know the song. The Last Salmon Man. Thank you. Last Salmon Man. That's the one. not Salamander Man. That's easy to mix up though. Okay, I could see what happened there. Thank you. Thank you. Exposing Powerful Eyes. What was the question again? Oh, the Q&A part. So I think the way Q&A works there is if you want to ask a question, you have to go downstairs and stand in a line. I didn't realize that. I figured there'd be people walking around with microphones throughout the audience. So we were in the mezzanine, and I kept thinking of like, I couldn't think of any questions to ask on the way there when I was trying to. And then when it was happening, I was thinking of like, 1,000 billion things, of course, and wondering where the, usher with the microphone is. I don't think it works that way. I think I would have had to have like gone out of the mezzanine, walked downstairs, stood in line, and hoped that I could have got my question in, because some of the answers were very long form. Like I was watching back some of the answers I recorded last night, and it was like, wow. He was trying to pull clips for this. I was like, some of these stories are really long and cool. So I have recordings of a lot of the Q&A. We may or may not get into that tonight. I don't know.
Yeah. We definitely like to if we have time. I mean, I think that it's I think it's a cool thing. I mean, I think it shows that, and I'm sure it has to feel good as an actor and as a director to know, anybody who worked on the film to know that you can show up in Austin on a Tuesday or Wednesday night, whenever it was, in the middle of the week, and like to a sold out theater, and like people still care that much about this thing that you were in 40 years ago. Like that has to be I would imagine be a pretty cool thing. I mean, I know I would be pretty stoked on that if I had been something I was involved in 40 years from now. People packed a place out and had like the costumes, wanted to ask questions. So I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, they were pretty happy. I mean, for the uninitiated, Reanimator is indubitably a cult classic, and those that know it really love it. After all these years, I mean, 40 years later, and people will still pack a theater for it, and it was interesting to me because Spore, like, she hadn't even seen the movie before, and then when you watch it, it's pretty graphic. It's pretty gory for a movie that came out in 1985. We've got lasers drilling holes in heads and Q-tips going in holes and bone saws tearing zombies apart, and autopsies with the whole rearward head peel thing going on. It's quite gory, and it was interesting for me, who's kind of watched a lot of that stuff in a vacuum over the years, and showed many friends and whatever, and laugh at certain horrific parts of it, and they just look at you like you're insane. It's interesting to be in a room full of people who are all laughing at those parts, and those that are sort of uninitiated are like, "Oh my god, there's a whole room full of people that are laughing at this, and I don't get it." So I found that to be pretty funny and fun, and not that I need a lot of validation, but somewhat validating too, that I'm not the lone weirdo out there that laughs at laser burn holes in heads and stuff.
Well, it's interesting because that was something you and I were texting about the other day. Is that it is? I mean, if you really kind of take away all of the biggest theatrics of it, it really is like very dark, kind of gruesome, disturbing subject matter. But I mean, there was some really like funny moments, like in the we can get into all this, but like in the morgue,
Yeah.
and the arm is hanging off, and then he moves the arm, then it flops back, or like when yeah, the guy you were just talking about who got his head removed, like where it keeps falling over in the pan, and then his body's like banging into walls and stuff, and he's trying to
Yeah, just all
navigate.
this
Like that's
physical humor. Like, there's a level of physical humor in there that is borderline like Three Stooges level, but at the same time, the director Stuart Gordon is somehow able to keep it like you're in a Lovecraftian sort of nightmare realm, but at the same time, there's all this like goofy comic relief happening while a gorific apocalypse is happening.
Gorific Apocalypse. That sounds like I don't know, like Gore Guts album or something.
Right? I mean, we could start a band and call it that.
No, that'd be good. Um, and yeah, so I did want to ask because I do want to. Obviously, we're going to get into the movies here, and we have a lot to get into. But I'm curious because I know you're a much bigger, much more well versed in horror than I am. I'm curious as to what was. Do you remember the first time you saw Re-Animator, and kind of what your initial take on it was?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. So Re-Animator came out in 1985, and I probably saw it in 1990 or so. So it'd probably been around 5 years, and I think I was like 11 years old when that movie came out, and 15, 16 when I actually saw it. But the weird thing about horror movies in that very particular range of time that I'm referring to, which of course is, a formative time for any young person viewing media, whatever. But in back in my day, we didn't have streaming services, right? So it's like you knew about movies from the newspaper because you would see what's playing at the theater, right? You'd check it once a week. If you could imagine that, being a kid and checking a physical newspaper once a week to see what movies are out. And you also had the movie commercials, right? The trailers, which would air on CBS, NBC, ABC, whatever you had that year. And aside from that, if something was not mainstream, you would generally first see it in its graphic form at a video rental store, right? And around this time, I suppose by the time I actually saw it, VHS had won the format battle between Betamax. But in 1985, they probably had it in beta and VHS. And this image right here essentially, or a derivative of that image, was all I knew about that movie. But I would see it at the video store every time I went. So, like, movies like that, um, I Spit on Your Grave, Basket Case, uh, Dolls, Critters. I could go on, with these movies that were just images in my head, right? Because I saw them at the video store, but they weren't things, I was really renting. Like, by that time, I was probably renting, like, Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th, stuff like that. But then, some of my metalhead friends introduced me to the film. I believe it was Aaron Copland, or, perhaps Madman, or, one of the guys in my immediate circle. We had kind of like 2 metalhead groups in 2 towns that were neighboring, that we sort of met each other when we were all in high school and stuff, and, we started sharing, demo tapes, started sharing, yeah, Mortician's 5th album, Re-Animated, Dead Flesh, heavily inspired by Re-Animator. That's right, absolutely. That was, like, around the time we were discovering bands like that too, so it was like, you know, uh, we were like, 5, 6, 7 metalheads in one town and a dozen in another town. We all start hanging out, um, and we start trading VHS tapes and demo tapes, and, learning all these new death metal bands and horror movies that would sort of just kind of one up the the gory aspect and the comedic aspect in some cases. And so that's probably around the time I discovered Reanimator. I was a freshman, or sophomore in high school, and it became an immediate favorite. And I immediately gravitated towards Stuart Gordon, the director, also, and discovered Castle Freak and, some other associated works as well.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, Jason says, yeah, metal and horror, two peas in a pod. Like you said, yeah, I mean, a lot of people kind of discover those, those kind of things around each other, and obviously, there's a lot of bands who draw heavily from horror, and from horror films. I mean, Electric Wizard has done that. Like they have their song. I think actually probably their best song, "The Living Dead at Manchester Morgue."
Yeah,
Actually,
love that
Carcass has a
one.
song by the same name, which is
Love that song. I also love,
interesting.
Legalize, Murder and Drugs and Murder. That's one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, I remember when that song came out. I was like, "Whoa, this is gnarly." But yeah,
I
I
saw
mean,
that band one time in San Francisco, and they, uh, all due respect to them, I love Electric Wizard. Maybe it was me, but it felt like they were so fucked up. They were playing stuff that, like, it was like I couldn't even tell it was Electric Wizard until like 6 songs in. I heard a riff I recognized, and I was like, "Oh shit, is this Electric Wizard?"
yeah, yeah. I think they're quite big fans of the Devil's Lettuce, and maybe some
Yes.
other things. It's just a quick. I remember reading somewhere that Just Oborn from Electric Wizard said that he was making, it was one of the newer Electric Wizard records, and he said he was playing this riff, or they'd written a song where he was using this riff, and he kept thinking, he was like, where do I know this riff from? He's like, this sounds like something I've heard before. And he said he was thinking about it, and he could not figure it out. And then he finally figured out it was an old Electric Wizard song that he had copied
His
the
own.
riff. And it took him forever to figure it out. Which,
Yeah, I like it.
yeah, I thought it was kind of funny. But yeah, so I guess to jump into it. So I don't have the plots. I remember the plot synopsis pretty well. I don't have it pulled up because I'm on my phone. But
I got you for details, man. I am here for you.
awesome, yeah. Like this was. Yeah, do you want to go ahead and just kind of kick off I'm sure I
Yeah.
know it's a lot of
Okay.
people in the chat kind of know the plot, but for people who don't, and just for discussion purposes, yeah.
Yeah,
If you
yeah,
want
because you get a lot of views on your channel, more than I do on mine. So
to.
I'm sure there's some people that haven't seen it. So, like we said, Reanimator came out in 1985. It's loosely based on a short story by H.P. Lovecraft, the infamous horror novelist. It's directed by Stuart Gordon. If you're not familiar with Stuart Gordon and you like kitschy horror, I definitely recommend you put him into a search engine and watch everything he's done. The main characters are Dan Kane. I don't have the actor's name to hand. Sorry, actor that played Dan Kane. Dean Halsey is the dean of Miskatonic University. Dr. Carl Hill is sort of the resident neuroscientist, and Megan Halsey, the daughter of Dean Halsey, played by Barbara Crampton, sort of make up most of your main characters there. And the film opens up with Herbert West, again played by Jeffrey Combs, locked in a room with his mentor, one Dr. Gruber, in a Switzerland medical institution, and there's all kinds of horrific sounds coming from the laboratory, and some cops and an administrator bust in there, and Dr. Gruber appears to be suffering from some sort of zombification in which his eyeballs pop and spray everybody standing nearby. And then you go into that amazing and awesome opening credit sequence, and you hear the score for the movie for the first time, and it's somewhere between like if you took the Jaws soundtrack and the Halloween soundtrack and then threw some I don't know, a little extra John Carpenter on it or something. It's somewhere in there. It's a fantastic score for the movie. And it's got this great opening sequence. I talked to Maddie before the show and I said, "Hey, dude, I'm a weirdo that probably has 4 Re-Animator t-shirts, but I don't want to be the guy wearing the t-shirt of the show I'm going to see. What do I do?" So we decided we'd go with a metal shirt, and I wore my Carcass shirt. Some of you have seen it on Boiler Room streams. It's like kind of maroon colored, and it has like a what looks like a pen and ink drawing of a cross section of a head, which is basically what the artwork is that's moving around during the opening sequence for the movie.
Yeah, that's. I just want to say that is one of the coolest opening sequences I've ever seen in
Yeah.
a movie. And I was because the way the movie starts, it was kind of like, okay, like where do you go from here? Because that's a pretty gnarly opening. Which I was reading
Yeah.
a little bit about Re-Animator, and if I remember correctly, they used it was like I think it was close to 30 gallons of fake blood for this. And I think it was the director who said it was the bloodiest film that he had ever made, and it really is. I mean, it is a very sort of bloody, gory kind of movie. But I think that the opening and then the opening credits, I think that really sets the stage for like how the movie is
Yeah.
going to go. But I mean, yeah, those opening credits, that's like a work of art in and of itself.
It's so good. I mean, you're just locked in. Like you watch the opening sequence and you're like, "What the hell just happened?" And then you go into that score, the opening sequence, and oh my gosh, yeah, it's just like, especially if you're a young metalhead or whatever, even any age metalhead, and so much of it feels familiar, like right away. It really grabs you. So, Maddie, great one in there from Exposing Powerful Lives. You ever seen Dead Alive? That was another one that my same friend group introduced me to back at the time. It's one of Peter Jackson's first films, and it's totally in this same vein. Like if you were to do Dead Alive and his other 2 sort of horror genre-ish films, that would be one to put on the docket for another time because those films are fucking great.
Yeah. Okay. See, that's yeah. I would. Which yeah, just that's a good idea. I'd like to. I mean, I'm always down to do any kind of movie analysis, and yeah, so I will write that one down. And I meant to mention this earlier in the stream, but I'll say it here. I'll try to remember to mention it later too, because I know people kind of come in and out of these. If there's anything, any movies that y'all want to see us cover, want to see us analyze, I've really been enjoying this one. I really enjoyed the last one we did. So yeah, let us know in the comments what you want to see us cover over here on the channel. But yes, I've got Dead Alive. Yeah, actually, yeah, Jerry, that'd be fun. Yeah, we should do that one. So I got that one written down, and we'll get into that. But yeah, anything else you want to see, let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. Dead Alive, sometimes you'll find it labeled as brain dead. So got named a couple different things in a couple different countries, I think.
Okay.
Let's see. The other one, Bad Taste. The other one you got to see from Peter Jackson is Bad Taste. So Bad Taste, Brain Dead, and like either Frighteners or Meet the Feebles would be a good trifecta for a Peter Jackson night.
Meet the Feebles. Okay. Which that's interesting because he's most known for doing the Lord of the Rings, which is like the greatest trilogy ever made, some of the greatest filmmaking, and that's something I really appreciate in a director when they have that, because people always talk about the range of actors, but it's like the range of directors I think is also very interesting, because I think there was some director we were talking about on, I don't know which stream it was, but I think I talked to somebody about it on this channel, I think, about these directors, some director who'd done a really wide range of movies, and it's pretty interesting what they can do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, when Peter Jackson was announced as the director for Lord of the Rings, I shit myself basically. I was just like, "What?" Cuz to me, he was simply the guy that had directed Bad Taste and Brain Dead, so it was like, what the hell, like this horror actor, this obscure horror director from New Zealand is gonna get Lord of the fucking Rings. Are you kidding me? So that was like, that blew me away. Kind of the same deal when oh, what's his face? When Todd Phillips did The Hangover, I was like, what? Like, I was so familiar with Todd Phillips because I watched Hated, Gigi Allen's Hated
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
100 times before he started doing mainstream stuff. It was actually the Will Ferrell movie. What was that one? Old School, where I
Mm-hmm.
was like, wait, this is the same guy that did Hated.
That's another one like that for me that I think of is Sam Raimi,
Yeah,
who did like Evil Dead and all
yep.
that, and then he came out and did the Spider-Man, which I actually really liked his Spider-Man film, but that was another one that was so unexpected. It's like Sam Raimi of all people
Right? Like, how did he
doing
pull that off?
Spider-Man.
I know, it's crazy. And then like I was a huge fan of the whole like Xena Warrior Princess and Hercules and that whole thing too. So it was just really trippy to see him all of a sudden, which were all with Evil Dead 2, Hercules, Xena, all done on shoestring budgets, basically. And then all of a
Mhm.
sudden, he's got Sony money to do Spider-Man. It was just like, what? I mean, I remember thinking, like, oh my gosh, like all the directors I've been, fanboying as a teenager are becoming huge now.
Yeah, which is, I mean, good for them. It's cool to see them kind of branch out. All right. I also, good news. I just got my computer back up and running.
No
So
way.
I think, let me see if I don't know if I can enter, if I can do both at the same
We're gonna
time.
actually get to see you tonight.
I believe so. Yeah. Let me see if I can enter. No, there's going to be two of me. Okay.
Oh, I hear the feedback. This is a good sign, actually.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
Now, oh, hang on. I got to add 1 second, folks. This is absolute chaos.
There we go.
And I'm going to have to. Oh.
Kill the phone.
Okay. Sorry.
Kill the phone.
Okay. You want to keep going with the movie, and then I'll figure out how to get out of here.
All right, you kill the phone over there. Get rid of this spare Maddie we got. So after you go through the opening sequence, you discover that Herbert West is being moved to Miskatonic University in Arkham, Massachusetts. And for those of you that have read Lovecraft, you know that Miskatonic U is used in more than one story. You know that this location is used multiple times, and you will see some of these popping up, some of these names, Innsmouth, uh, a couple others popping up that are common town names in Lovecraftian lore. Maddie, I meant to before the show do some Google foo and look up and see if there's actually a Arkham County or if some of these towns are made up or but I really don't know the answer to that. They live in my psyche because I've read all Lovecraft's work twice. But any rate, Massachusetts.
Yeah, I was. Oh, so yeah, I was gonna say I looked this up, or I looked this up a while back. I was reading some about Lovecraft, and if I remember correctly, I think Arkham was based on Salem, Massachusetts, if I'm not mistaken. But
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure where he got those names from, like Innsmouth and what was the other one? There was Innsmouth, Arkham, and
They're in my notes somewhere in here when we get into one
Dunwich.
of the other movies. They actually had a scene in uh Color Out of Space where oh yeah, here it is. They were showing a weather report. Like I paused it right at this scene where Nick Cage's character was looking at a weather report, and it was the weather for Arkham County, Dunwich, which would be the Dunwich Horror, um, Ipswich, which comes up also. I'm not sure if I pronounce it right. Amesbury, Kingsport, and Innsmouth.
Yes, I noticed that too. I saw that and I was like, "Oh, that's a pretty cool touch." You know, they put that kind of paying
Yeah,
attention to detail. I really appreciated that.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. So Herbert West, the student in neuroscience and medicine, moves to Arkham County, Massachusetts, joins Miskatonic University, and he's brought into the morgue where Dr. Hill is lasering a hole into a corpse, and he is introduced to Dr. Hill and to Dan Kane, who ends up becoming his roommate. And that morgue ends up becoming one of sort of two laboratories that they operate out of.
Yeah, that one of the things that I thought was kind of interesting is, because Dan is dating
Meg.
Meg, and like her dad knows that they're dating, but you can tell that there's some sort of tension there. And then in that opening scene, where they're engaging in shall we say adult activities, there's the mention of there was the mention of something like
Like
I'm
she
trying
had
to
to
put
get
this in
home because they
perspective.
were studying and her dad would
Yeah.
be waiting. And this is like college people we're talking about here. And Dan Kane's like, oh, he's not with the times, you know. It's like, but there was this weird sort of like happy days, like almost like 1950s style, like parenting going on there between Dean Halsey and his daughter Meg and his, the star student Dan. It was obviously creepy and weird. And then like later on in the film, you get into like Dr. Hill's involvement in that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that was that sort of commentary on, like, oh yeah, like you said, yeah, that's what I was trying to think of, is how she phrased it. But it's like, yeah, oh yeah, he's not with the times or whatever, and is that he's has, I guess, more of a sort of like traditional view on things, and morality, and what people should and shouldn't do in various kinds of relationships. But yeah, I mean the film, even though it was hard. It was interesting because it was obviously pretty clearly in the 80s. But yeah, there were just certain things about it that did sort of feel like a throwback to those 50s kinds of. kinds of movies, even though in a lot of ways, I mean, it is a film of its time, which
Right.
I thought that was pretty interesting.
I
But
mean, it is kind of accurate in the sense that, like, you figure that's 1985. You figure, Meg Halsey's dad, Dean Halsey's probably 20, 30 years older than her. Like, he would be of that era that thinks about, courtship that way.
mhm. Yeah, no, it's a good point.
Did you also notice, Maddie, that when Dan Kane posted the advertisement for the open room in his apartment, did you notice the address on it?
No.
It said apartment to share, address 666 Darkmoor.
I didn't catch that.
Dude,
That's
I was in full on Spurgy mode watching it this time around. I was pausing. These notes I have are thick.
yeah, I wanted to I was gonna try. I didn't make any notes, which normally I do when I watch movies. I make notes, but
Well, I didn't last time and you did, so I got you covered this time, buddy.
all right. Perfect. Yeah, that was I mean that was wild because it's like, oh, he needs a roommate. And because when he initially had when he was initially had the card, when Dan had the card that he made, I thought, oh, he's got a some 2-bedroom slum and he's looking for a roommate, and then it's like a 3-bedroom house with a huge basement, and
Full
it's
on
like,
like frat house, right?
yeah, pretty much. Yo, what's up, Slow? We got Kristen in the chat. What's up, everybody in the chat? We got Mad Mink, Jerry, obviously. Who else we got? Hope I didn't miss anybody. Good to have. And Sabrina's in the chat. I saw her earlier. I'm not sure if she's still here or not, but thanks so much, everybody, for being here. We're having a good time. This is fun. So we got some. It's gonna get weirder from
Yeah,
from here.
dude, I was looking at some of my notes, just like I wrote like bullet points, and some of the like little like plot bullet points I wrote, I thought to myself, like, if I were to get hit by a bus and someone were to read this tomorrow, they would think I was a total freaking psychopath.
Like what?
I'll point some out as we go along. There's some good ones in here though.
Yeah, I mean
Especially
it's
on Color Out of Space. Just that movie is so out there.
yeah.
I
I
mean,
just finished that movie like what, an hour and 10 minutes ago, and so that
it's a
one.
lot to digest, that one, man.
Yeah, I wish I would have had time to watch it twice before
That was
doing
my
this, but
second viewing on that. I watched it when it came out and then last night / this morning, and very much enjoyed it more the second time around when I kind of knew what to expect. I was
Mhm.
less shocked by some of the freaking weirdness.
Yeah, that's it was. Whew, that's one of the craziest movies I've seen, but yeah, I mean, we get a good sense that this Herbert West guy is a real weirdo because he just kind of comes in, he just shows up at night and is just totally unfazed by the fact that Dan opens the door not wearing any clothes, and
Bundle of cash in hand. I've got
yeah,
my stuff outside. I can move in right now.
yeah, like not wasting any time. And he's like, "Ah, do you have a basement?" And he gets this like weird kind of sort of subtle excitement over the
Yep.
fact that there's a basement. And I
Basement
mean,
chub.
yeah, it's yeah, basement show. It was very bizarre. Like you could tell, yeah, this guy's a freak. And something I noticed, I think the big theme of Re-Animator and the Resonator is hubris. Like that's the biggest thing, and you can see that sort of escalation, and it's a pretty clear escalation of these kind of, I don't know what the right term, evil, in some cases, like evil sort of acts, because it starts out, it's like, oh well, he's doing it to the guy that, his mentor, and then it's a cat, and then it's then it's a cadet. Like you can see there's a clear escalation of, and becomes just a complete and total disregard for life, particularly human life in the in the pursuit of this kind of insane kind of goal that they're trying to achieve.
And that really comes out in the classroom settings, with Herbert West in Re-Animator. He sort of attacks Dr. Hill for his work being derivative of his mentor, Dr. Gruber, in Switzerland. And he has a big argument with him in class about the amount of time it takes between physical death and brain death. And same with the main character in with Crawford in Resonator. He has a argument about spirituality and about a couple of other, primary metaphysical topics with his professor. And you can tell, like, you can just see the hubris in West and Crawford in both those movies, and it's well earned because they have reached the other side. They have proven their thesis, and these like crusty old teachers, are looking to basically steal their work, like, not let anyone else know that they've innovated something, and steal their work and extort them, and maybe even turn into a demon zombie puppet master and turn all the other zombies against them in doing so.
Yeah, it's yeah, that I kind of the Resonator, that, which we'll get to that one. That's another one I kind of wish I would have had time to, because that one will. Anyway, well, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but that one that just made me think of, so your what you were saying. Just made me think of some things, but about that one. But yeah, I mean, I think it goes to and I know it's sort of a stereotype, but I think it's based in reality. Is these scientists and you know particularly scientists and doctors to some extent have huge egos that are, and if you're a doctor or scientist out there and listening to this is not a personal attack on you, okay? It's a pretty well earned reputation that these people have huge egos, and they're very fragile. And I mean, I get it, because if you're dedicating your life to trying to prove something or to do something or to make some kind of innovation, like, yeah, you're going to be protective of it, but it's yeah, you can also see that the Herbert just sort of rubs people the wrong way, like right out of the gate, instead of sort of humbly approaching the doctor who they're learning from, and trying to talk to him. He just is, he's like dismissive and arrogant, and acts like he's a know-it-all. So it's pretty the personality clashes, I think, are one of the really interesting aspects of the movie.
Yeah, there's sort of this, like, again, back to that like generational gap. There's like a weird sort of, thing that Dan Kane, Herbert West, and Meg have versus Hill and her father, Dean Kane, which, ultimately end up becoming sort of like almost like a, I don't want to get it too far ahead of ourselves here, but just to foreshadow it a little bit, I feel like Dean Kane in the end and Dr. Hill are sort of like a Vader and Luke Skywalker sort of set of villains.
Yeah. No, that's an interesting comparison. I hadn't picked up on that, but I think that makes sense.
Yeah, because we'll get there, but eventually, and that was one of the things that I really like about Re-Animator. Is like the ultimate antagonist is Dr. Hill, and what Dr. Hill is able to do from beyond, Lovecraft fans, from beyond, as a reanimated, headless zombie is pretty cool, and you'll see that same theme appear again in Color Out of Space. If you ask me to tie that together when we get there, and I remember, I will. But yeah, it's really interesting. So Dan Kane and Herbert West move in together, and we sort of start getting hints that Dr. Hill may be having a slight obsession with his colleague's daughter, which would be Dean Cain, and Meg, Dan's boyfriend. And then, the cat goes missing. And when the cat goes missing, the movie takes a bit of a turn here. I think on one of my sleeves there's something. Yeah, there it is right there. Cat dead. Details later. I don't know if you can see that or not, but on the sleeve,
Oh, that's cool.
there's a picture of Rufus the cat, and it says cat dead. Details later. And basically Rufus, Dan's cat, shows up missing. Meg wants to know, where's the cat been? Why is your roommate so freaking weird? And then she starts snooping around, and she discovers in Herbert West's mini fridge the dead cat Rufus, along with the glowing green vial, which you later discover is the reagent. It doesn't show up very well on my screen because I have a green screen in the background, but that syringe is full of neon green stuff. Right. So basically, what Herbert West has done is he's created a reagent, what he calls a reagent, and he injects it into corpses. And he's trying to figure out the right dosage and the right amount of time after death where he can still actuate and reanimate a dead body, whether that's a rabbit or a cat or the dean.
Well, yeah, just a quick point on that. So yeah, since you mentioned Dr. Hill sort of being the main villain, and then yeah, with Meg saying like, oh no, this guy Herbert's he's a weirdo. The film I thought was pretty interesting in that an interesting aspect was that initially it made at least to me, this was my take, is that you initially thought that Herbert was the antagonist of the film, and it's sort of leading, and he has some serious moral flaws, but and character flaws, but
a little bit of a murderer, right? A little bit of an anti-hero.
Right. But in terms of if you think of kind of protagonist, antagonist in literature, I mean, really, it seems like, okay, this guy is going to be the antagonist, but no, it actually sort of maybe not quite maybe roughly halfway. You start to get certain glimpses of when Dan goes over to Dean Halsey's house, he's going to pick up Meg for their study date. Is you start to see where and maybe there was one thing before that, or maybe it was the first one. I can't remember off the top of my head, but he makes this. Dr. Hill makes this really weird, kind of creepy toast to Meg, and she's not even in the room, which kind of oddly, I mean, it would have been creepy regardless, but I think it was even creepier the fact that he did it when she wasn't even in the room. That was, so that's where you kind of start to get hints of it, and then by the time he you eventually realize like, oh no, this guy actually is the main antagonist, and really the villain. I mean, you could argue, Gruber is the villain, even though he only appears briefly at the beginning. So I guess there's multiple villains, but you start to see that Hill is actually the really kind of the worst. Maybe not about the worst, but certainly, yeah, the end.
He's the most he's the most narcissistic. He's the most self-obsessed. He's dealing with an inappropriate lust for a colleague's child, and on top of that, he's no match for Herbert West or Dr. Gruber when it comes to scientific advancement. But as he, turns into a reanimated, headless version of himself, he does find a way to take his rudimentary laser lobotomy and apply that to a freshly reanimated zombie to control it. So he kind of ends up getting the actual Re-Animator superpower, even though Herbert West is the one, via Dr. Gruber, who has, created the reagent and enabled all this and is the earthly, superhero science guy. Dr. Hill ends up becoming sort of the, Lovecraftian necromancer who's, actualizing his, pseudoscience on zombies.
Yeah, and I like that this movie is true to the zombie mythos, if you will, because a lot of, and it's not to knock sort of the zombie movies as we think of them nowadays. There's some virus that gets out and it turns people into these, brain eating creatures. But if you go back to it's been a while since I read up on this, but I believe the zombie myth comes out of Haitian voodoo, and where somebody would exhume a corpse and then could control it sort of remotely, and that's kind of where the myth comes from. And I like the fact that they stayed true to that. And I don't know if do you know, does this what was the first, was 28 days, not 28 days later, was it Night of the Living Dead? That predates this, doesn't it?
I would say no, in the sense that H.P. Lovecraft wrote Herbert West Re-Animator, the novelette, in 1922.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking of just the film, but
So
that's
the
right. Yeah, this
film
would have been way
itself,
before.
so I mean, to answer you, it's a yes, no. I jumped to the no because I'm contradictory, but yes, it did come out after Night of the Living Dead. And I'd have to get the timeline out to see where it lines up with, like, George Romero's other movies and stuff like that. But I think since it draws on Lovecraft primarily, and a 1922 Lovecraftian, novelette, I think that's why it feels so different. Why there's no virus or like a lot of the hallmarks that you see from sort of the Romero inspired films. I think it's Stuart Gordon did a really good job, I think, sort of sticking to Lovecraft when it came to leaving a whole vast set of question marks about the insanity that you're seeing, and even Lovecraft himself. Like, when you read Lovecraft, you'll get the sense that, like, the gulf that is portrayed to the characters. There's actually a quote at the end of Color Out of Space. A messenger from realms whose existence stuns the brain and numbs us with the gulfs it throws open before our frenzied eyes. That line was spit by Tommy Chong's character Ezra at the end of Color Out of Space. But I thought that of all three movies, like, that one line really describes the essence of H.P. Lovecraft's horror style. It's like being presented with things that are unfathomable, whether that's unfathomable madness, unfathomable open space, unfathomable monoliths, unfathomable fear or monstrosities. These are the kind of things that make Lovecraft stand out from most horror writers. The way that he can paint that picture of being in a situation for, a human mind, that there's no lens through which to view it that makes sense or takes you back to anywhere that is familiar. Like, that kind of destitution and oblivion are what Lovecraft excels at. And I think that's what some of these directors have caught on to and really try their best to inject into the characters that they're directing.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's. I think, like I mentioned when we are talking about Lovecraft the other day, is that I've not read any Lovecraft extensively. I've read some excerpts from some of his stories, and there was one story I read entirely, and now I can't remember which one it was off the top of my head. But yeah, I mean, I think he really captures that real sort of deep fear, and kind of what that does to humans in a way that, and I've not read a lot of horror literature, but I think that Stephen King kind of being the big one that everybody goes to, which I will admit I'm not a Stephen King fan, but Lovecraft has a way to, and I think that the directors, the Stuart Gordon, and I can't remember the guy who directed Color Out of Space, but I think that they capture that really well. I mean, because we'll get into it with Color Out of Space. But I mean, Color Out of Space, you kind of feel like you almost feel like you're losing your mind alongside these people, and the fact that they're able to capture that is I really like. And I read the plot synopses of both Color Out of Space and of the stories of Color Out of Space and Re-Animator. And I mean, obviously there's some liberties, but they I think stayed pretty true to the source material, at least in the essence of it. And I think that I thought was done well, because a lot of times in horror, people will take certain source material, and this is not to knock people who do that, because sometimes you can take one thing and then create a story out of it. But they play on this a lot of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where they're like, oh, this is based on a true story. And it was based on Ed Gein, who was like this freak back in the 50s or whatever, who was like robbing graves. And so it's like, okay, I mean, that's, I can appreciate that they took that and kind of ran with it. But it's also that's kind of a stretch to call it based on a true story. Anyway, that what I'm getting at is the fact that and obviously, real life source materials can be different from literature, but all that to say that yeah, I mean, I think Lovecraft captured that really well. And Lovecraft, to me, from what limited reading I've done of his work, it seems that his stories would probably be pretty hard to adapt. And
Yes.
so the fact that they were able to, the directors were able to capture that, kudos to them.
Yeah, there's a handful of films that are inspired by or based on Lovecraft stuff. From Beyond is another one. I probably would have thrown that one. Like if we would have made 4 movies out of this, that would have been the movie I would have thrown. The other one I would have thrown out was From Beyond. And honestly, 2 is probably good, but when I was thinking about the Resonator, I started thinking about Color Out of Space, and it was like, okay, well, Color Out of Space is the most, in my opinion, the most relevant modern adaptation of Lovecraft. Anything else? There's Bride of Re-Animator. There might even be a Bride of Re-Animator 2. I don't know. There's a couple sequels to Re-Animator, and there's a number of other films out there. There's also a couple of episodes of the Showtime series Masters of Horror that would fit nicely into this too. And of course, for you metalheads, that there are a lot of not only horror core, like sub genres, micro genres of metal that are, like Mortician, for example, Necrophagia. But there's also a lot of bands that lean really heavily on Lovecraft for lyrical content and creating, their atmosphere, like Morbid Angel, for example, or Deicide, or, I could go on and on and on. I have a long list. Of Massacre. It's 3 bands from one state right there who lean heavily on these sort of themes, and they kind of oscillate from stuff that you would read in the Necronomicon to stuff that you have seen in movies like this, or like Evil Dead, Deicide's Dead by Dawn, for example. A lot of that out there. So there's a lot of stream crossing, like we were saying earlier.
Electric Wizard, who we mentioned earlier, they've done some. They've taken some lyrical, which they're not death metal, but they've taken some lyrical subject matter from Lovecraft. Which I was also just thinking, not to go too far back, but just thinking about we're talking about Peter Jackson earlier, which it that if I also Tolkien is a huge a huge influence in the metal. I mean, think about how many black metal bands have taken their names just
Dude,
from words that Tolkien came up with. I mean, there's bands that all their entire
so many.
lyrical subject matter is just about Tolkien's works.
Some of your most cult and classic and coveted and revered second wave of black metal albums would not exist in the format they do without the atmosphere that J.R.R. Tolkien provided them. And I think the same could be said for death metal and black metal when it comes to H.P. Lovecraft. There are, certain people that have created intellectual properties, and creative properties that are so thought provoking and so good at creating a milieu, if you will. Think about B.E. Ellis also. Think about American
Mhm.
Psycho, Fight Club, things like this that have worked their way into the zeitgeist of art, of music and film in particular, especially extreme music and extreme film, which is where you find metalheads and horror heads.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. 100%. Um,
So
okay.
the
And
movie. Let's get back
yes,
to the movie, right?
yes, we keep I like the
Okay, so
tangents though. The
I
tangents are
wanted to.
interesting.
I have a cinematic thing I'd like to point out here. In line with where we're at in the timeline of the movie, when when Meg discovers that Rufus has been dead in West's refrigerator, she leaves the house, and that night Dan wakes up to a screaming sound in the middle of the night. He goes down into the basement of his little frat house that he shares with Herbert West, and he discovers Herbert West in a fight with the reanimated cat, right, with Rufus. So Rufus is attacking Herbert West, and Dan has to get involved and help Herbert get Rufus off of him, and Herbert did this to prove to Dan he wants to make Dan an ally. He needs an assistant, and he reanimated his dead cat to prove to him that his research is real, right? So Dan, some people may think this is weird for me to bring this up, but I thought it was so fucking brilliant, that scene where Dan comes down the stairs and he's in this room and he hears the zombie cat screaming and attacking West, and they're both trying to find the cat, right? There's a similar scene to this in Phantasm 2, by the way, chainsaw zombies. The story for another time. But they use the effect of one of those old, like, you know, utilitarian garage like ceiling lights. It's just like an aluminum shroud with a bulb in it, and it's been smacked, right? So it's swinging back and forth. And you're watching this whole scene, like the actors are doing this scene out. They're, trying to find this zombie cat, and there's just this one source of light that's literally swinging back and forth in the room. So you go from like pure blackness to, like a sound moving by almost, but light waves where it's like, oh, you can see the subjects and then you can't again. And that goes on for, the whole time they're fighting the cat, basically. And I just think that whoever, set up the lighting in that and did, all the mapping out of the actors was just brilliant. 1985, everybody, 1985, no digital lights, none of that crap, all practical effects.
Yes, I thought that it made the scene. It was kind of unsettling, because it's like you don't like what's you're still trying to. I was still trying to figure out like, okay, what exactly is going on here? And yeah, to have that, I thought that was brilliant. I mean, I don't know who came up with that idea, but I think you can't beat the practical real effects, of like having the light swinging. I mean, no amount of computer CGI, even the best CGI is not going to beat that kind of thing. It's the same thing with the visual effect, like makeup and costuming and things like that. Is you can't match that. When you actually have fake blood spraying out of a head that gets crushed or something.
Yeah.
There's something that, even though it's not. I mean, it's a movie, so it's not real. But I think that that adds a lot, and it shows the care and attention to detail to make something interesting. I mean, I think with something as simple as the light swinging, that's just shows an attention to detail and an attention to making the scene different. I mean, that's not something I can't think of any other movie where I've ever seen them do something like that.
Like, it adds so much tension, and it's
Hmm.
simply a swinging light bulb, you know? I mean, it's crazy, like, when people used to really think about that. I'm not saying people that do the stuff digitally and post aren't thinking about it. They do amazing stuff, and it's just interesting to look back, 40 years later to a time when there was basically zero CG. Like, the best CG you could find in 1985 was what, like Star Wars, and even that wasn't CG. That was like models and miniatures and macro photography and what do they call it? Like the claymation and shit like
Hmm.
that.
Yeah, and just to be clear to everybody, I'm not knocking anything computer generated. Like Sin City is one of my favorite movies. Okay, so I'm not knocking things
Yeah,
that
me too.
are
Like one of
digital,
the
but
like the first movie that was, and Sin City, it doesn't get the credit it deserves for basically being the first movie that was filmed entirely on a green screen set. They filmed that thing in a matter of just days, and none of those actors had ever done that shit before, where it's like they're just imagining everything around them, like that movie is badass. That movie's
yeah, it's
awesome.
absolutely brilliant.
It set the standard for like the entirety of what we see these days.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I mean that Robert Rodriguez, I've said before, is my favorite director, and his vision that he was able to do with that and to make that happen. And I mean, I remember reading that Mickey Rourke and Elijah Wood had entire like these scenes where they were engaged in physical combat, and then they were never on set together. They didn't even meet each other until the premiere, which it's kind of mind blowing to think of how they did. But he and Frank Miller, absolutely, that was brilliant. But anyway, to get back to
Yeah.
Re-Animator,
So they have the fight. They had the cat. I'll see if I can speed this up a little bit. That situation convinces Dan he's going to join Herbert West in his quest, and he's very interested in this. And if you watch the movie, you'll notice in the beginning when you first see Dan, he's a little bit more empathetic than a lot of the other doctors around him. He doesn't like it when people die, so he's inherently interested in this. His girlfriend Meg then catches them in there with the reanimated cat, and that doesn't go well for Dan. And then the next day, Dan goes to the dean and tells him, hey, we've defeated death. And the dean then expels him or takes his scholarship away and expels West. So they're persona non grata real quick. Um, and what they do next, obviously, I mean, the next logical step is to sneak into the morgue right after you've been expelled. So they do that and they inject their reagent into a corpse there. And they're kind of perfecting the dose here, but this is a bit of an older corpse. And by the way, this night of the show, of the movie in the plot, they start a recording. West has Dan Kane start a recording, and of course, you start a medical recording with the date, right? And the date was October 10th. Look at your calendars, everybody, right now. Go ahead, look down, look up, tap your phone, whatever. What's the date today? October 10. So that was a happy accident, wasn't it, Maddie?
yeah, that's what BLA calls synchro.
That was synchro, big time. So it gets chaotic. They created a zombie down there. Dean Halsey comes in. The zombie kills Dean Halsey. West kills the zombie with a bone saw. I'm broad brushing over some glorious gore here for you. You can go see it yourself if you like that stuff.
Which that
Um,
bone saw, not to interrupt, but that bone saw scene,
Wicked.
that was, I mean, they really went for it. And I mean, it goes and I mean, it's not really that long, but that, he's driving the bone saw all the way through him. I mean, that's pretty intense.
It's pretty buffed out zombie too. That guy looked like a
Yeah,
Samoan or something, right?
it was huge. And it's fun because we're, talking about the kind of physical comedy. I mean, the comedy in some cases, it almost kind of borders on slapstick,
Yeah.
and you have it where these two guys are trying to take this zombie down, and aren't making any progress, but they could just keep trying, and people getting thrown around the room, and it's really kind of comedic in that.
Well, that's why I kind of had that like Three Stooges comment earlier. There's just parts that are just like, oh my god, I feel like I'm watching like Three Stooges from like Neverland or something like that here. Um, so yeah, so the zombie kills the dean, right, which is Meg's dad and Dan's girlfriend, boss, and all that stuff. And then it's like, West and Dan Kane are just like in the morgue, surrounded by dead bodies. That they've got a dead zombie they just rammed through with a bone saw. They've got the dead Dean Halsey, and of course Herbert West convinces Dan Kane to let's reanimate Dean Halsey. This is the freshest kill we could get without being murderers, to paraphrase what he said. So they inject him with the reagent there, which you can barely see because of my green screen, and he comes pretty much immediately back to life, right? And then Meg comes in and discovers her father is I don't know if she realizes, she doesn't really realize he's a zombie, but she knows he's messed up, and there's blood everywhere. It's just a whole thing, and I don't know what that kind of concludes like that aspect of that scene there, Maddie, and then it goes into Dr. Hill taking custody over the zombified Dean Halsey, and then going, and drilling a hole in his brain, lobotomizing him, and all that stuff, and kind of get into the last wave of the film there.
Yeah, I mean, they get the security, the armed security guard who was sitting outside the morgue. He kind of it's like that character. It seemed like he appeared in a ton of movies, not that actor specifically,
He's
but
funny.
he's kind of reminds me of no, I can't think of his name. Who was the cop in Die Hard?
Oh,
Well, I
is
cannot
that
think of
Danny
it.
Glover?
Oh no, he was. I think he was Danny Glover, one of the FBI agents. It was the guy who
Yeah,
he gets
yeah,
on the radio.
right.
I can't think of the actor or was it the guy? Oh, was that hang on, let me make sure I'm not. I think it was Reginald Vell Johnson, wasn't it? Yes, it
Uh,
was Reginald Vell
yeah,
Johnson.
yeah, that's him. That's him.
Yeah, so he's a similar kind of character. The armed security guard, because then he comes into the morgue. There's blood everywhere. Yeah, there he is. There's blood everywhere. Dean Halsey is uh, disheveled, and
Disheveled, yeah.
and so
Looks like
they
the undead.
right, yeah. And they sort of play it off as he was. Let me see if I can. Um, I
Reginald is
can't remember
Urkel's
exactly how they.
dad. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Maddie. Clontarf says that was Urkel's dad. That's interesting. Interesting movie trivia. Thank you.
Oh, I see. I never, was that Family Matters?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
never watched that show, but I think you're right. Yeah, I believe Reginald Vell Johnson was in. I know he was on a sitcom. But yeah, they sort of play it off as, and what was it they plan? I can't remember. They don't have it in the plot synopsis here, but there's some story that they spin about why. But they're basically played off as that Dean Halsey has just gone crazy.
Yeah, so like they basically, Dr. Hill tries to convince Meg that Dan Kane and Herbert West have done something to her father and driven him crazy, and that what he needs to do is exploratory brain surgery with a laser. So he does. And she signs the document that she's like, okay.
I mean, I know some people trust doctors way too much, but that's going far beyond. And I mean, that's the and I'm not because I haven't read the Lovecraft story, so I don't know if there's lobotomies mentioned. But when they talk about Dr. Hill, I think they mentioned something about like the laser thing that he's come up with being like a game changer. But it's like, didn't they stop doing lobotomies? I don't know, like back in the 40s or something. I mean, maybe even before that. I don't know. But so it's kind of interesting that that's the big thing is doing these laser lobotomies when I thought they'd stopped doing those a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know they were doing those in the. If anyone really interested in that, you can check out "The Minds of Men" by True Stream Media. They talk about that technique being used in the MK Ultra program,
Hmm.
and I think they have a pretty good timeline around it. It's been a few years since I've seen it, but I do believe there's some uh, info and breadcrumb trails one could follow on there for sure about that. But generally speaking, you're right. Somewhere between the end of World War II and the mid, I would hope not to say the mid 50s, but somewhere in there is where we would like to think that practice was gone. But
Looks
I
like
don't
it
know.
was according to Google, take that for what it's worth. The last lobotomy in the U.S. is generally considered to have been performed in 1967. However, in the
Okay.
UK, the last one reported procedure occurred in 1999.
Yikes.
Ooh,
Ugh.
that's gnarly.
We are not going to party like it's 1999, I guess. My goodness.
um, yeah, and that's it's during the procedure, right? That when they're doing the lobotomy, that Dr. Hill figures out that he's been reanimated.
Yeah, he realizes he's actually dead. And then
Yeah.
he goes and he confronts Herbert West, right? And he basically says, can you tell me why, Dean Halsey has sporadic heart rates and lists a number of different symptoms, and West tries to play stupid, and of course Dr. Hill's like, well, it's you and I both know it's because he's quite dead, and then he's like basically tries to extort Herbert West out of his research, starts telling him how it's going to go. This is going to be my discovery, you know, blah, blah, blah. And, show me how it works. So then Herbert West has, Dr. Hill looking into the microscope. And then, the big shovel chop chop comes along.
Yeah, that was a pretty intense scene, even for kind of I don't know if this would be a B movie, but sort of in that style. It was pretty intense kind of scene. I mean, taking somebody's head off with a shovel.
I
That's
thought
that's a pretty extreme way to take somebody out.
to take for your first kill too. And I think that's what was like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people would look at the movie just on a surface level and say, yeah, this is sort of a low budget B movie and whatnot. But like there are like Oscar winning moments inside that movie, and that scene right there is one of them. Shout out to Jeffrey Combs for this, but it's like same with the director, the lighting, the score, like everything fell into place in that scene where it's like, and this is only a few minutes from the scene where Dean Halsey had been killed by the zombie, and Herbert West says to Dan Kane, "This is the freshest corpse we're gonna get without killing one ourselves."
Hmm.
That marker to this marker right here, whatever how many minutes that was in the movie, is the space between Herbert West being a basically like a grave robber sort of weirdo scientist to a murdering scientist, because at that point, like, and there's this like drawn out like 15 seconds or more where he slowly backs up into the dark corner, right, to get the shovel while Dr. Hill's looking at the reanimating of the cells under the microscope. And then he straight up whacks him with a shovel and decapitates him with the shovel. Like, brutal first kill, but like that whole thing of him, like, taking that next step in what turns a man into a monster, I thought was captured really well.
Yeah, and maybe the most disturbing thing about that is it's clearly calculated. It's I don't know about premeditated. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I mean he's clearly making a plan sort of in real time of how he's going to do this, and there's no hesitation whatsoever. I mean, he just full on goes for it, and it's not enough just to. And I think that's where you can kind of see that maybe some of that personal beef that they had earlier in the movie coming through, of where because it's not enough just to cave his head in with a shovel. Like he's got to take it completely off with that shovel, like completely decapitate the guy. I'm like, that's personal, and that's that I think that's alarming, because I mean West is he's a complicated character. I think that I've sort of figured that out more and more as as it went on, and I don't think. I think he's a bad guy, but he's also not totally bad. I think there is some good kind of in the like towards the end of the movie, you see some of his character come out a little bit more like good character, but
he's just very detached
yeah.
from the emotions of those around him, and he doesn't have anyone that he's connected to until Dan and Meg sort of become attached to him. Like he finds them to be his only circle of humans, basically, amongst this medical experiment. Like to him, this is all science, this is all medicine. He's not concerned with how you feel about your cat or why your cat died. He's interested in how many minutes the cat can be dead before he puts the green juice in it to wake it back up.
Yeah, and this yeah, I mean that kind of coldness and detachment. I mean, I think is something. Yeah, Jason says in the chat, it's just gain of function. Yeah,
Gain of dysfunction, maybe.
oh, yeah.
So at this point, this is where it gets really crazy. Like, because, and I think there was a bit of a selfish scientific motivation between that brutal decapitation that I'm maybe just realizing this time around, my 110th time seeing it or whatever this has been. West decapitates him with the shovel. He picks the head up and he puts it in the medical tray, right? And then he goes, there's like a light bulb that comes on, almost like he had already thought of it, but he's like, parts. I've never tried parts. And he just, boom, sticks the needle in the head, reanimates the head. And you're like, oh my gosh, and the head starts like, burbling and talking at him from inside the medical tray. And then he goes over to the headless corpse, boom, injects the headless corpse. So he's got he's reanimating. He's expanded the research here with an extremely fresh, fresh as possible sort of kill. And then he's reanimated the head and the body separately. And of course, hilarity ensues from there.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the first, I think, really funny moments, is because he puts the head in, because it wasn't a clean, decapitation. So he puts the head in, it falls forward, and he does like 3 or 4 times, and then he takes one of those. I'm sure you'll have seen these. It's like a round kind of base, and then has a like spike on it. You put receipts on there, or like invoices or whatever, and so then he takes it, like slams the head down on it, so it'll stay upright. Which is,
Yeah.
it's gross, but it just, that kind of I mean, this is like the second big sort of. I don't know. I guess there's a lot of physical, comedy, but I think that's maybe as dark as it is. That might be the funniest. But like you said, it sort of kicks off the funny sequence of where of what, because then how does I'm trying to remember, how does he get out of the basement?
So
Is
at
it
this
West
point,
falls asleep, right?
no. So what happens is Herbert West is sitting there talking to the severed head, and while he's doing that, the headless body comes up behind Herbert West and smashes his head down into the desk, and Herbert West passes out.
That's right.
And when he wakes up, Dr. Hill's head and his body are gone, and all of Herbert West's reagent and his notes for his research are all gone. So the zombified doctor at this point has um, taken all of Herbert West's research, and then Dan comes down and finds him that way, and they go back to the morgue at that point to have the final showdown with Dr. Hill. But in the meantime, Dr. Hill, the headless Dr. Hill takes his head in the medical pan, and he goes back to the hospital, and he injects the reagent into all of the he injects the reagent into the zombie version of Dean Halsey, and then sends him out to go kidnap his daughter, right, Meg, Dan's girlfriend, and to bring her to the morgue. And then Dr. Hill, takes his head to the morgue, and there's this hilarious scene where he sneaks into the morgue with his head in a bag and a fake head on top of him, and goes past that security guard agent dude, the black guy that we mentioned, and sneaks his way into the morgue. And then he injects the reagent into every corpse inside the morgue, and I think we're to presume that he did the lobotomy on all of them too, like he did Meg's dad, the Dean. So then you get toward the end of the film here, and everybody reconvenes at the morgue. West and Dan Kane show up. Dean Halsey, the zombie, has brought his daughter to Dr. Hill, headless Dr. Hill. And then you kind of get into like the final chaos there that all unfolds in the morgue.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick note on Dr. Hill is I was reminded of Sin City again, because if you the scene where Clive Owen's character is having a conversation with a partially decapitated Benicio del Toro.
Yeah.
And I think that, the way Benicio del Toro played that scene was so brilliant. The way his voice changes, his head goes back and forth. And
Yeah.
I just say that to say that I was reminded of that when with Dr. Hill's head, because he's having to play this decapitated head, and I think that the way that he played it was actually really brilliant. I mean, that was a fantastic performance from him in that, where he sort of it's where they get to his office or something, and he's got the head in the pan, and the body, his body's, I guess, his body's like banging into things and trying to get the drawer, because he has to get blood, to put in the pan, I guess, to sort of keep him
He adds so
is it not blood?
Yes, there's blood,
blood,
but the body also has to add injections of the reagent to the head. So the body
right?
is like having to periodically add a blood bag and some of the green juice into Dr. Hill's head.
Yes, which was really it's really fun. I mean, it's such an absurd kind of scenario. A guy whose head is cut off, and he's having to direct his body to to do that. I mean, it's kind of absurd on its
And the
face. But
body's bumbling around and bumping into stuff. There's like that one scene where like he has to go get the door to let the puppet zombie, Dean Halsey in with the daughter, and the body like, has to figure out how to put the medical implement up, and then like stumble its way to the door. It's hilarious, and it's probably not. I don't know. It's such a weird blend of comedy and horror all in one, overflowing bucket.
yeah, yeah. Which that one I was. I mean, because the Resonator and Color Out of Space were not funny at all. Like there was
Not really,
nothing.
huh?
There was. I mean, Color Out of Space almost bordered on comedic at times, just because of. I think Nick Cage is often unintentionally funny, and with some of his roles. But I mean, they're really not comedic movies, whereas Re-Animator, obviously, as we've talked about, has its comedic moments. And yeah, I mean, I think Dr. Hill, not to get too gross or graphic with this, but when
Okay, yeah, you take this part. You take this part. I know what you're about to say. Tell me what was the most shocking scene of Dr. Hill zombified Dean Halsey and Meg before West and Kane arrived. There's one scene that's particularly very controversial. I mean, it kind of took it to a place you weren't expecting. Was it funny? Was it too far? I mean, what do you think?
I personally didn't think it was funny. I thought it was just sort of gratuitous and unnecessary. I mean, there's a scene where Dr. Hill, has Meg, and she's unconscious and strapped to this table, and is unclothed, and this you know headless reanimated corpse is starts to do some. I mean, you don't really see that much, and it's not like Last House on the Left or anything, but you do see some. The body does start to make wildly inappropriate advances, and that's putting it very mildly. Just not trying to be gross or upsetting here on
Yeah. Let me
on
take a
Meg.
crack without trying to be too gross or upsetting also. First off, this movie is not safe for work, not safe for kids, and probably not safe for people who are unstable. Okay. If you pass all those goals and you're that, tall enough to ride this ride, yeah, the headless body holding the head of Dr. Hill, doing its best to be inappropriate and do violations, SA style violations on a young co-ed who is the daughter of his colleague, is about the depths of the depravity of the movie for sure.
Yeah,
So you got to be prepared for that right there. And it's one of those things that's funny, not funny. Like the absurdity of it is funny, but the situation is not funny. So, your mileage may vary in somewhere in the Re-Animator.
yeah, that you're right. That is definitely the most depraved and yeah, that was one of those scenes. I'm almost at a loss for words for it, because it's like this is.
Wait till you see Castle Freak, man. Stuart Gordon was a genius at putting us in very uncomfortable situations.
I gotta write that one down too.
That has Jeffrey Combs in it as well. Castle Freak came out, I think, 5 years later or something. I want to say 1990.
Okay.
And I had it on the same VHS tape as I had this movie.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, there's definitely. Ooh, I can appreciate discomfort in a movie to a point, which
Yep.
Color Out of Space was
They,
certainly discomforting.
they
But
took us right to the edge on both those movies.
yeah. Um. So yeah, this one. This was where they, like you mentioned, that West or Hill has injected all these corpses in the morgue with this, with the neon bright green reanimating agent. And then, I mean, it seems like, gosh, seems like half the movie takes place in this
In the
morgue
morgue,
at
right?
the
Yeah.
hospital. I mean,
I love that.
yeah,
I love
I
the
thought that was
basement
cool.
and the morgue, like, the way they did the lighting in the basement and the morgue were great. The comic relief, from, Reginald Vell Johnson sitting outside of the morgue was hilarious. He had a couple of great jokes, "Why do they lock these doors? Nobody wants to go in there and nobody coming out." He was reading Boudoir magazine, when the headless corpse comes through. That's why he didn't pay attention. He's busy reading, Boudoir Skin magazine, like, just all these little funny things, from some of the actors there. But, like, this is where basically it all goes down because Herbert West and Dan Kane come in, just in time to save Meg from, the, reanimated Re-Animator, if you will, Dr. Hill. And then it is just all out, zombie chaos. And what happens is, Meg is able to get through to her father's whatever's left of his human brain, and, the Halsey, the zombie that has been puppeteered by Dr. Hill, rebels against all the other zombies. All the zombies wake up, when West and Hill get there. Every corpse in the morgue is awake and, hideous, and, it's just full on chaos. And then West has this wonderful moment where he's like, overdose, he's like, I have an idea, overdose. And he starts like overdosing all the zombies, and it gets really wacky all of a sudden. And there's a big, sort of shout out to the Cthulhu, HP Lovecraft mythos, as some of the corpses begin to turn into flesh piles that then just extend tentacles out to try to kill the people in there. um yeah, so a tentacle monster basically comes out of Hill's body after West over injects it with the reagent. Um, all the zombies rip apart Dean Halsey, the zombie. Dan and Meg escape amidst all this, and Herbert West throws his research materials. It was all in a bag. He throws it to Dan as he leaves this, zombie chaos. Um, And then there's sort of this weird sort of like 80s film technique that you kind of maybe have to do at the end of something like that that's so chaotic, where it's like, well, uh let's just have all the zombies get electrocuted or some weird fog come in and then they all kind of go away. Like there's sort of like a cleansing of the palette of all this. Did you notice that, Maddie? How it was kind of
Yeah.
like, wait a minute, okay, how are all the zombies dying right now? Like Hill had the epic, death and turned into the tentacle monster and all that stuff, overdose. But then you've got like, 15 other zombies in there, and there's this weird like dry ice falling everywhere, and like a zombie playing with the electrical power box, and then it was kind of, it's one of those scenes in the movie that I kind of felt like, hey, if I was Stuart Gordon and I was trying to finish this thing, I don't know if I could have done any better, but that was kind of whack.
Yeah, I mean, I think my take on it was that because that's when, if these zombies are under the control of Hill, and once he's gets taken out, it's like at that point they just kind of go haywire, right? And so you have that one that's just smashing things in the
I got you. I got you.
um,
Yeah, like they
in the
lost their puppet
room.
master and they're just freaking out.
Yeah, they don't know. It's like, I don't know. Let me just stick a scalpel or whatever into this electrical socket, and then one of them is just smashing jars of things, which yeah creates this big dry ice looking, this big like dry ice looking cloud. And then of course in every, it's like in every 80s movie, you got to have an elevator scene. So Meg and Dan are trying to run to get to the elevator, and you got these zombies that are then attacking them. And so he takes out one of them, he goes and breaks the glass and gets the fire axe, and takes off one of them's arm, and then the arm is still like strangling Meg. And yeah, so that it's really kind of a fight to the fight for survival, which I think that probably mirrors the kind of the zombies as we think of them, like we were talking about earlier. Where they're just these sort of brainless, I don't know, automatons or something, just trying to kill people, right? And so they
Yeah.
sort of look like more of those, brain eating virus addled types of creatures that most people think of when they think of zombies. But yeah, I mean, so then the movie. I think the ending was after the scene we talked about earlier, which we won't revisit. But I think that the ending was actually the second most unsettling scene in the movie, because we find out that Meg gets strangled. She doesn't make it, and so then they get back up to the emergency room, and he's Dan, excuse me, is kind of at a loss.
He's doing
And
chest compressions on her, right? Like, it goes back
yeah.
to the first scene in the movie where he's
Hmm.
trying too hard to revive someone who's dead, but this time it's his girlfriend, and and he's doing chest compressions and all that. It's very similar to the beginning of the movie, right?
Yeah, I didn't even pick up on that, but that's a really good point. That was really interesting foreshadowing. Um, and you can kind of see where he gets infected with West's hubris, right?
Yeah.
Where instead of accepting the fact, like, hey, taking responsibility for what he did, and it's like he was part of this, he was part of making this happen. Now she's gone, it's terrible, but what does he do instead? He's like, oh, I'm going to inject this stuff into her and turn her into a zombie. And then that's how the movie ends, is as the it's going dark. There's like screaming and chaos. So it's like throughout all of this idiot has learned nothing.
He's essentially like 3 steps behind Herbert West at the end of the movie. You know what I mean? He's
Yes.
obsessed with the science of it. He's desensitized by the violence of it. He's indifferent to the inevitability of the soul having left that person before them being reanimated. And he's still clinging to the human grief of like losing his fiance. So he's got Wes stuff. He injects her like the nurses all leave the room where they tried to save her, and they gave him a moment, and he sticks the green juice in the back of her head, and then it fades to black, and you hear her blood curdling scream of zombification birth. And if you want to go on from there, you can check out Bride of Re-Animator. I don't know if that's a Stuart Gordon movie or not. I kind of think it might not be. It's not near as popular, but the story does go on from there. And one thing, those last two zombies that Dan Kane fought at the elevator,
Mhm.
one of them looked very much. Remember the one with like the weird like eyeballs that were like poking out?
Yeah, yeah.
That particular zombie reminded me, I won't say looked like, but very much reminded me of the main character in Castle Freak. So if anyone out there watches this movie after seeing this stream and wants to see more of like that kind of level of absurdity from Stuart Gordon, the director, and Jeffrey Combs, the main actor, go watch Castle Freak. You will love it. You will absolutely love it. You will be disturbed. And if you don't mind being disturbed along, like if you made it all the way to the end of Re-Animator and you want more, Castle Freak is your movie.
Cool. Yeah, that one sounds interesting. So yeah, good recommendation on that. Yeah, anybody who likes that kind of what is it? What is it? BLA says like the squeechy, squanchy kind of kind of horror. Then it's yeah, that's right up your
The
alley. But
kind that is oozing with extra pus, right?
yes, one last thing, and this goes back to the very beginning of the movie, but just something I noticed, and I don't know what to make of this really. It's just a detail I noticed, is that if you look that opening scene where West has injected Gruber, and Gruber's freaking out, and the cops and the administrator and everything come in. If you look at the sweat stains on West's shirt, the the scene where it shows Dan, where he's in the hospital, he's wheeling that corpse in on a gurney into the morgue. His sweat stains on his scrubs are identical to the sweat stains that Herbert has on his shirt in the previous scene. Which
All
again, no
right.
idea what to make of that, but
Interesting. Good eye. Also that corpse is noteworthy, man. There's one of the reasons I say this movie's not safe for work, because in typical mid 80s style, R-rated horror movie style, there are ubiquitous booby scenes in the movie. Some good, some not so good. So like shout out to Barbara. But then there's like that corpse in particular is quite rotund. There's a lot of extra protoplasm on that bag of dead human there, and it's all very, very much exposed.
yeah, the 80s love to do that. They're like, I don't know, let's just have random unexpected scenes where women are topless. I don't know why.
Right? We need the titillating one, and then we need the horrifying one, and then the one covered in blood. And if we could have some fire behind the other ones, that would be great.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, also, before we get away from Re-Animator, big shout out to a Texas classic metal band, Rigor Mortis. If you know, you know Rigor Mortis. They have a song called Re-Animator, based on that movie. It's a thrash metal classic from the era, so could shout that out too.
Yes, shout out Rigor Mortis. Shout out Texas metal. A lot of good metal bands out of Texas.
Dude, right?
And yeah, I mean, shoot, Power Trip,
Absu, don't get me
Pantera.
started. I think last time we talked, I was wearing my Absu shirt and I was fresh out of the Absu concert. Them and Black Moria. Jill and I went. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that's man. Y'all got all the good shows down there in Central Texas where I live. We get some decent shows occasionally, but it's maybe like a few a year where it's like, oh, that's a
It's
really good
ridiculous here,
lineup.
dude. Like I was worried leaving California and coming here. I was like, what if the scene isn't as good? But it's more shows than we can make it to here. Like we just missed Malevolent Creation the other night, and it was just like a random night, Malevolent Creation and Skeletal Remains would have been fucking awesome. We went and saw Acid Bath and Mastodon 2 Fridays ago. Fantastic. Acid Bath was like first time I'd seen them in 28 years. It was awesome. Mastodon did pretty good job too. And yeah, we just got we're spoiled for choice here, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's pretty cool getting to get. So yeah, y'all. I'm sure y'all might even get better shows than they do in Texas. I will say, have you seen Skeletal Remains before?
Yeah, they're awesome.
I saw them um, at the end of there was the last show of what I think was a pretty long tour, and their vocalist said something like, I mean, they were great. They put on a really good set, but it was like, oh, you guys, I don't know, feeling good, like got a lot of energy, and everybody was like, yeah. And he was like, I don't. I'm tired as hell. I was like,
It's the end of the tour, fuckers. I'm ready to be done.
so yeah, he was probably ready to get back home. But yeah,
You know
they
what
put
though?
on.
Those shows, like last couple nights of tours, I have found are always, well, not always, in most cases, like the band is firing on all cylinders. Like they've been playing every night for 3 months straight.
Mhm.
They know the set list like the back of their hand, and even if they're ready to get home like that, it's kind of like, okay, we know you guys are going to just absolutely melt our fucking faces anyways. I mean, when we saw Absu, it was like literally, I'm not even exaggerating, there were no more than 36 people in the room,
Dang.
and that band, like all the bands that played that night, gave 100 billion percent, like even though the crowd was tiny as fuck.
Yeah, I appreciate that. When which the show I saw Skeletal Remains, it was pretty small, but I mean, yeah, same thing, good energy. I mean, because they're playing with Stabbing, and I shout out another Texas
Oh
metal
yeah,
band, and
nice.
Stabbing was incredible. That was their vocalist is just unreal.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's
yeah,
a
I mean,
good
it
band.
was during their whole. I was kind of off to the side over in the bar area, and I'm not that tall, but so I couldn't really see over the people. So I was kind of looking at one point, and I mean, the mosh pit looked like a hardcore show. I mean, people like getting spin kicked and slammed into walls, and I was like, all right,
You just don't know what to expect anymore, man. Like
yeah,
I've been really the last few days I've been into this band called Peeling Flesh. Have you heard these guys yet?
yeah, yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Like I've been like watching their videos lately and it's just like yeah, I would definitely be leaning against the bar or the wall at their show. Like it's all Kung Fu Louie stuff going on, but holy shit, dude, what a great band.
Yeah, their shows are. From what I hear, I was supposed to go see them with Snuffed on Sight, which I like Snuffed on Sight a lot. They're really good. And then I can't remember somebody else was playing. I ended up not being able to make the show, but yeah, apparently that one, from what I heard, it it got pretty intense. I think like 4 or 5 people got thrown out that night. It was pretty wild. But yeah, I mean, when I was younger, it's like if people are spin kicking and windmilling, it's like all right, I'm in. But now once I got a little bit older, I can't really. It's like having a job. I can't really if
Can't
I
afford to like dislocate your shoulder or show up with a black eye.
exactly. Yeah, I can't show up, in a sling with a black eye and a missing tooth. It's
Or
like,
just not at
well,
all. Yeah, there's
yeah.
been a lot of days after shows back in the day where I was like, "No, I'm not going to work today."
Yeah, I mean, back in the days, it was easy to bounce back when I was a teenager,
Yeah.
early 20s, but then once I got a little bit, and I'm not like feeble or anything, but it's just the recovery, because it takes it out of you. I remember it's when we'll get back to the movies here in a second, folks. Quick metal intermission, but I went and saw Obituary, and I mean they played for I think over an hour, and the entire set. I saw the same people because I was in the back, and this circle pit just kept expanding and getting bigger and bigger, and it was like 1 or 2 rows of people right in front of me. And I mean, there were people I saw the entire time. And it's like, dude, I would have been laying on the floor if I had been running in a circle for, an hour straight. I'd have been like, all right, I gotta get some Dramamine and I gotta lay down. But
Yeah, yeah. Last time I really got in the pit, Jill and I went and we saw, oddly enough, Obituary, Cannibal Corpse, and Cryptopsy. And I waited. I'm trying to remember who closed that show. I think it was Cannibal that closed it. But somewhere around the last 3 songs of Obituary, they did like Chopped in Half and Cause of Death and something else. And I was like, all right, I'm going in. And I was in there for like 3 songs, and that was it for me for the whole fucking night. I was just like, all right, I'm good. I'm good. I'll stand over here, have a beer for now.
yeah, it's man the people who can do it, who can. I mean, like at hardcore shows, which I'll see that sometimes where I'll see people, if they're playing in like the third or fourth band, they're like people who are in the bands who are about to go play a set, and they'll be moshing for like 2 or 3 bands
Yeah.
before that the whole time. And then now, granted, you know. Standard hardcore set is usually somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes long, but moving like that
It's
and then
30
playing a set,
songs.
yeah, that's intense. But um, anyway, I can talk about metal shows all night. But yeah, so to get to what do you want to hit Color Out of Space or first, or do you want to hit
Let's do Resonator
Resonator
and
real
do
quick?
it quickly. Yeah, we'll speed work through Resonator. Resonator is sort of like the one of the logical follow-ups to basically where we are at in film with
Hmm.
H.P. Lovecraft. I would say you'll find elements of a lot of Lovecraft in that movie, and you'll find a lot of elements that you would find in Re-Animator. Also, it's in a college setting, dealing with young physicists in this case, rather than neuroscientists, I believe. You're dealing with. So this takes place at Miskatonic University, also another reason why it's sort of in the Lovecraftian folklore swim lane as Re-Animator. Main characters would be Crawford Tillingquest, played by Dane Oliver, his love interest Mara, played by Christina Bray, Braa. I don't know, Bray. What up, Bra? Dr. Wallace, played by Michael Pear. And this film, I would say, is more in the vein of From Beyond than it is Re-Animator, but it crosses a lot of streams. It's a fairly modern adaptation. I don't have the year on me. What is it, 2021 or something, maybe?
Yeah, 2021.
All right. And it's about a machine. Okay, so in Re-Animator, it's about a medical compound. In this movie, the gateway to the Lovecraftian beyond is a device, a machine, if you will. And what it actually does, according to Crawford, the main character, is has the potential to save mankind. Um, so it's a tech thing. And this film, kind of like the other one, opens with someone getting killed in the experimental setting. Crawford is testing out his machine. He has his college friend Ryan with him while he's testing it. And basically, what the machine does when he turns it on, it has a micro uranium core. It has some tuning forks and some tech and some hoses and some bulbs on it, and it's just this thing that sort of what it does is it's a device that stimulates the pineal gland or the third eye, if you will. So it's got so his lab assistant is basically killed the first time he turns it on. He's continuing his father's research. There's this whole thing with like his dad and being associated with Miskatonic University. And there's another really cool opening credits scene in this movie. I don't know if you caught that, Maddie, but it's similar. That you could tell they kind of took their cues from Re-Animator for the opening sequence there.
For sure.
Yeah, so it's good. It's a good opening sequence, a good score, for a straight to streaming, probably not super expensive movie. And then it goes much like Re-Animator. It goes to Crawford arguing with a professor in class about the nature of life and science. And one thing I would note for you Morbid Angel fans and Lovecraft fans, you'll notice that his teacher in this scene is wearing a pendant. I forget the name of the sigil on there, but it's a very well-known sigil. It's can be found on the cover of the corporate, book version of the Necronomicon, and it's also featured in Morbid Angel's logo and artwork. So what's up with the teacher, right? Like, did you get that kind of in the beginning? Did you feel that, Maddie? Like something was up with this teacher? Like, is she some kind of death cult like lady or something like that?
Yeah, the faculty in this one were all really kind of creepy. That you just got a sense. It wasn't it wasn't overt, but it was sort of subtle. Where I kind of with that one, it took me a second to pick up on. Where I was like, something's going on
Yeah,
with this woman.
yeah. And he's arguing with her um about the existence of a multiverse, right? So this whole
Mhm.
multiverse thing is very popular right now. People like the quantum multiverse stuff. Maybe that was a little bit of a cop out by the writers and directors, but it hits, it relates to people in current day, so I'll let them have it. Uh, Crawford is basically realizing his father's research, like I said, and he's working this device that stimulates the pineal gland. And this, like, when I hit this part in the movie, Maddie, like, I was kind of like, I started thinking about all these movies. So it's like you had in this movie a device. In Evil Dead, you had a book, right? The Necronomicon, and also in Color Out of Space, a little bit also. Um, versus Reanimator, you had a serum, right? Like a medical serum. Versus like outer space stuff, like you'll see in Color Out of Space. So there's like I guess you might call this a plot device, right? Like something that Lovecraft has used as a plot device to open the gate, if you will, to whatever that, unfathomable thing is. And in this case, it's a multiverse sort of doorway that invites entities into our realm, or perhaps it's a tuning fork that tunes the third eye to allow the person in its vicinity to see things that exist in another dimension.
Which I didn't think about this until you were just talking about this now. Is that's also something you see show up in is it I've only seen one of them. It's one of the Hellraiser movies. You know, they have the puzzle,
Yeah,
and that's kind of the thing that opens up to these these demons coming out and inhabiting the
doorway.
world. So I'm sure that I wonder if and I haven't read up on the Hellraiser movies, but I would hazard a guess that maybe that was something that was influenced by Lovecraft, that kind of device. Um, these the
Right.
similar kind of ideas. I don't know.
Right. No, I think that's a very astute observation. I think that Clive Barker, I've read almost all of Clive Barker and H.P. Lovecraft's works, and there's no doubt in my mind that Clive Barker had read H.P. Lovecraft before, he became a famous author. Not to say he's derivative of Lovecraft, but he's definitely learned some skills. Yeah, Gateways to Annihilation, also a great Morbid Angel album, a non-David Vincent album, if I recall, but a damn good one. Steve Tucker on vocals, good one. Morbid Angel, fun fact, Morbid Angel albums come out in alphabetical order. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Altars of
That's
Madness,
interesting.
Blessed Are the Sick, Covenant, uh, Domination. The E one was a live album. The next one was something Fatal to the Flesh. It's interesting. Just a side note.
Yeah, I never picked up on that. It's very interesting.
Yeah. So, another thing, it's so Crawford shows all his buddies the machine at this point, right? Like, you just to kind of skip ahead a little bit to keep this thing moving along. Crawford, he's sort of our Herbert West in this story, and he shows his college buddies the machine. He turns on this, like, another term they used for it was a fourth dimensional tesseract. All right. If
Mhm.
you want to get real weird, we can do that. It has a uranium microcore, a nuclear microcore. And at this point, there's the professor. There's a professor snooping around while the pesky kids are opening multi-dimensional tesseracts and shit like that. And they talk about this theory. This is kind of interesting. I thought this was worth mentioning. They talk about this theory that schizophrenics are people that can actually see parallel universes and paranormal sort of things, right? And the theory that the main character Crawford has is that the resonator can actually do this, and what that is with people that have schizophrenia and whatever is a hypersensitive pineal gland. So this machine, the resonator, can stimulate the pineal gland into a state of hypersensitivity. Um, so he's got that going in a party scenario, which I thought was kind of funny, Maddie. That, like, he'd be so serious and then, like, have his drinking buddies over to turn the resonator on, even though he knows it's potentially lethal. Multi-dimensional squids can crush your head like a grape if things go wrong. but at the same time, it's kind of a turn on, and there's weird like succubus demons that might come titillate your buddy, and you might have threesome fantasy with the two chicks that are sitting there. Like it got really weird for a minute there. They're like partying with the resonator. And
Yeah, that was a kind of unexpected. That's
yeah,
it's like that's almost seemed unnecessary. Of yeah, it's like everybody, all of their visions are just regarding sex, which is like okay. I mean, maybe that they're just making a statement about how most 18, 19, 20, 21 year old people are. I don't know. It's I
yeah.
thought that was a little gratuitous.
I did too. Like it made the gratuitous parts in Re-Animator feel like they actually meant something to the plot when you saw like their attempt at modern gratuitous moments like that. Like we're really kind of not great. Like the sex demon, the like lust trap sex demon with the tentacle hair, the like HR Giger looking sort of thing. Like I've got a Giger poster on my wall. I think they ripped that this Giger painting off to make the like alien, sex demon succubus thing. It's kind of lame.
Yeah, when he started making out with that thing, I was like,
Dude,
okay, makes me more uncomfortable than anything
like
in Reanimator.
like what is this? I know, like, and it's all like high def, there's no light like swinging back and forth to leave your imagination wondering. It's just like, oh, it's purple demon sex demon thing. Okay.
Like camera zoomed in. I mean, yeah, they
Yeah.
left nothing to. There was nothing. It's just right there in your face.
Yeah. So that whole like party with the resonator thing goes badly. They tear a hole in a dimension. They break the machine to turn it off. And then the next day Crawford starts seeing ghosts, basically. Like everybody that was there starts having weird things happen in their normal life. He fixes the device, fires it up again. You get the Medusa seduction demon coming back, and the ghost of his dad warns him, not to mess with this science. And then the professor shows up, and much like Re-Animator, he tries to, extort him out of his work and all this stuff.
Yeah, that scene was basically lifted directly from Reanimator, but I thought, I mean, it was kind of in a not in like a tacky or cheap or lazy kind of way. I think it was an interesting kind of reinterpretation of that scene
Yeah.
from Reanimator. So it wasn't like a necessarily a rip off, but I mean it's clear that that's where they got that scene done, but or got that scene from rather. But I don't know, I thought it was well done overall.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job with it. And then like Crawford's girlfriend Mara basically dies and is shocked back to life. And the resonator gets turned off for the second time during the movie, pretty much, or third. Um, and then Professor Wallace, like I said, tries to extort Crawford, forces him to rebuild the machine. Um, and while he's rebuilding the machine, he's like haunted by all these different entities. There's Maddie, what did you make of the heart? Remember, he had the disembodied heart in a jar, and he was saying he was kind of using it like a pigeon in a, like a canary in a coal mine to see like how any of these things would affect human tissue. But it was like there was almost this weird subplot, like a telltale heart at Edgar Allan Poe like subplot happening that never really came to any fruition. I mean, I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah, I did think there was. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing, like a Telltale Heart sort of situation. I mean, this is one I need to go back and watch because I will admit when I first started watching this,
You're
I
like
didn't
Whiskey
really.
Tango Foxtrot. What is
Yeah, I
that?
didn't really get it, and I found out this was actually apparently it was a web series initially. I think it was like a 5 or 6 part web series that they turned
Yes.
into a
Yep.
movie, and part of the movie I felt like I got dropped into something, and there was some backstory that I was missing, and it all sort of it kind of made sense. It came together at the end, but I mean, given and this is something I have to think through and maybe watch it again and think more about it. So I'm just sort of shooting from the hip here without thinking too much, without having too much time to think about it. Is I kind of wonder if the heart has, if there's some, not metaphor, metaphor be the right term, of the main
Yeah.
character, was it Crawford, of his kind of the relationship he has with with his girlfriend, where initially early in the movie, they're on the phone and she tells him that that she loves him, and he just doesn't really say anything, and they have this kind of uncomfortable moment on the phone. And then, not to jump ahead, spoiler alert, but at the end, he then kisses her and tells her, says that he loves her. And so I don't know, maybe there was something there with him, with his, like, it's a physical heart, but with his sort of figurative kind of heart, and his I guess unwillingness to show affection or something. I don't know, again, that's maybe half baked, but uh maybe there's something there of the what they were trying to say about the character, but I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. It felt like sort of underdeveloped, but it definitely was supposed to mean something.
Yeah, definitely. I again, like I said, this is one. It's not that long. It's only an hour, so this is one I have to go back and watch again.
Right. So basically, to just round this one out, because really this is one you could watch pretty quickly. This is a pretty short streaming sort of thing. Um Professor Wallace, basically, and the other professors, they wanted to use science to preserve humanity and alter history. Like, that's
Hmm.
something that's kind of just dropped in a weird small monologue from him, but I thought was sort of profound to the movie. Since this was the second time I watched it, I was like, wait, alter history? Interesting. Um, so, and then they also said, I wanted to become a god. Okay, so there's that thing again, that reemerging theme there of man sort of wanting to usurp God, which is what he basically does. He gets the machine turned back on, and he merges with the resonator, and he becomes sort of like the reanimated puppeteer in the Reanimator, in a sense, because he's got the, like, human form, but he has completely merged with the plot device in this machine, which is, an actual device, the
Hmm.
resonator. And his third eye is, ostensibly, wide open, pineal gland in full, open shutter mode. And he basically turns into, like, since you brought up Hellraiser, I'll say he basically turned into like a Cenobite demon.
Hmm.
He looked like a Cenobite from the Hellraiser series. And the co-ed friends come in, they kind of save Crawford. The dad ghost comes into play and helps Crawford, and eventually the resonator gets turned off. But then there's this weird scene at the end. At that point, like, all the people that are left alive are still pretty good, and there's these weird purplish pinkish, hold on to that term for later, purplish pinkish, I'm not sure which, like, um design on all these creatures that come out of the resonator,
Hmm.
and some of them become physical, and then of course the professor merges with them, and he sort of is controlling them. But they're very, like, that is a I will just say that is a visual representation of things that Lovecraft wrote, that is probably the best someone could do with those descriptions in as a filmmaker and a, cinematographer, even in today's modern estimation. Like, when you read a Lovecraft in its entirety, you will just think to yourself, how can I don't even understand how I wouldn't know where to begin to make a film or a TV show out of this source material. But anyways, the resonator gets turned off, and then there's a weird time loop. the movie ends with a time loop, which will rear its head again in Color Out of Space. But there's a time loop there. And then Herbert West enters the picture. Did that not throw you off, Maddie, at the very end when there's a time loop and you're seeing something that you saw at the beginning of the movie, except it's different? And this time, Herbert West is showing up as a new peer in the student group at Miskatonic University. So my big question at the end of the movie was, did the zombie pineal guy, wizard guy, go back to normal actually, or did he rewrite history? Did something happen at the end of that movie that perhaps requires a sequel where the Lovecraftian chaos professor actually got what he wanted from the Resonator and rebooted history to the back of the front of that movie?
Yeah, I tend to think it's the latter. Yeah, I think that there was the time was altered, and that the Resonator actually functioned as it was supposed to. And I thought they really set themselves up for a sequel. And I think if they wanted to do one, they could. And particularly interesting because as soon as you see the guy, you're like, oh yeah, it's Herbert West. And so when he came in there, that was I kind of liked that. I thought it was it was a really overt nod to or not nod. I mean, it was an overt use of the source material from Lovecraft. And but yeah, I mean, I think that's another one. I mean, it's one I'd have to it's one I'd have to watch again and think more about to really try to make sense of it. I don't know if you can make sense of this one, and it's one that it really grew on me because when I first started watching it, I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it through this. It's only an hour. I'll push through, but then by the time I got to the end, that I was like, I think that this thing actually worked, and they were able to kind of circle back to the beginning. But it was interesting though because only Crawford seemed to be aware of it. Is that everybody else was sort of oblivious to the fact that
they just lost 3 days.
Yeah, that
half
like,
of them
oh,
are dead now.
Right.
Like that Ryan character, his original research associate, was the one that was introducing them to Herbert West. That guy's been dead for the whole movie.
Right.
And then you hit the end and you're looped back to the beginning, but Ryan's still alive and he's bringing Herbert West into the picture. So I feel the same way about that movie. When I first started watching it, I was like, oh, this is going to be lame. But I will sit through it because I am a dedicated Fort Re-Animator t-shirt owning fan of Re-Animator. So, I want to see what they did with this start to finish. And by the time I hit the end, I was like, where's the sequel? I need to see what happens next. Like, that was not the best movie I ever saw, but it's in a universe that I resonate with.
Nice. Yeah, I hope they do something with. I mean, because it's only been a few years since they did it, and I will say, the special effects were not great.
Not very special.
Yeah, but it was after I watched it that's when I looked up, and that's when I saw that it was a web series. So then I was a lot more, I think, had a charitable opinion of it after seeing that. And no, it was in the middle because I had to pause it. I watched part of it, and then I had something I had to do. So then I went back and finished it. And in between that, I read a little bit about it. Not, I didn't read to the end, like spoilers or anything, but I just looked it up. And then I saw it was a web series. So then I was like, okay, well, with that, you don't have, because I was thinking, even with a low, like B movie kind of budget, they should be able to do it with that. But, web series generally don't have a strong budget. But yeah, I mean, again, I think it's worth watching, especially for people out there who are Lovecraft, huge Lovecraft fans. Kind of have a what's the term I'm looking for? Like when you read or watch everything having to do with that person. That I think it's definitely worth checking out, and it's a lot. it's deeper than it seemed. Like when initially out of the gate, it seemed kind of shallow, but then as it went on, I was like, no, this movie's actually deeper than I initially realized.
Yeah, yeah. There's the interesting addition of the one character, the female character who's like her thing is ghost hunting. So she's down like down in his lab like with her little ghost hunter, deedly dupes and whatnot. Like I I don't know. I felt like there were a lot of things that were probably in the original script that got cut out to make this thing be, an hour and 9 minutes long or whatever it is. I bet
Mm.
the original work was probably a 2 hour movie and would have tied a lot more of these things together. I would really be interested to see, what the original script had in it because I feel like a lot of stuff might have got stripped out of that, which kind of made it feel a little bit disjointed. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not a film critic, but I know my horror movies, and it certainly looked like something that a studio exec was like, "Oh, just we can't afford this. Make it an hour and 5 minutes long, something like that."
Yeah, no, I agree. There were parts of it that, yeah, weren't plot holes, but yeah, I think disjointed is a good term for it because it was like things that started going somewhere
Yeah,
and then just didn't go anywhere. And I think that probably has something to do with why there was something the things that got left out because when I got to this, I was like, is this like a part? Is this a sequel? And there's something that happened that I'm missing because just for almost half the movie for half an hour, I'm thinking I feel like there's something I'm missing here. There's something I've been left out of that I don't understand. There's some information here that I'm missing, but so yeah, it was probably. It seemed like it was pretty heavily edited, but yeah, I'd like to see what got taken out.
yeah, me too. I really think that the angle for the sequel to this movie should be the death cult professors, the Lovecraftian death cult professors, and like fill that backstory in, like not focus on the co-eds and their stupid like they've spent way too much time focusing on like the co-ed like pseudo sex party associated with the
Mhm.
resonator being turned on. Like, oh, your pineal glands open, everybody gets a boner. Great. Let's spend, 20 minutes on that. We don't need to do that. I mean, that's, appreciate the effort and everything, but I'd really like some more plot to be applied to a potential sequel there and maybe a thing. And before we go to Color Out of Space, let me just throw this up really quick here. So I'm just learning today, researching for tonight's discussion, that there are articles out here saying that there's going to be a reimagination of the Re-Animator. So
Whoa.
over at Screen Rant, here's the headline: Lovecraft story that was adapted into gory 1985 cult classic is getting a remake.
Hmm.
This was published April 24th of 2025 by Brendan Klein, who thankfully puts his pronouns at the byline of his articles. Thanks, dude. I guess I can call you dude because you're he, him. Anyways, he says a century-old story by H.P. Lovecraft. Isn't that crazy? We're talking about a story that is 100+ years old. I mean, that's nuts. When you think about like zombie films and George Romero and stuff like that, what inspired this was 100 years old. And you'll pick that up if you actually grab an H.P. Lovecraft book and you get into it. Like you really, it takes a couple of short stories or at least a couple of chapters to kind of sink into his writing style. It's not casual reading. I'll put it that way. It's not casual reading for the modern man or woman. Anyways, getting a new feature adaptation, the iconic horror author contributed a wide variety of notable works to the genre. Some of the most famous H.P. Lovecraft stories include The Call of Cthulhu, which is part of the overall Cthulhu mythos, and the novellas At the Mountains of Madness, which I believe is one of the ones you can find in the Masters of Horror series. If that's the one Stuart Gordon did, I can't remember, but it's good. And The Shadow over Innsmouth. All right, so they have proper spelling on that one. Insmouth. The author's work was known for its presentation of cosmic horrors that were frequently impossible for the protagonist to properly describe or witness without losing their senses. Herbert, I'm gonna skip ahead. Herbert West, Re-Animator, is being reimagined. It was previously made into a cult classic. You can see it on screen there, right here, if you're viewing along with us on the YouTubes. Thanks for hanging out with us. Um, some classic shots there, but yeah, a new version of Herbert West Re-Animator is set to come to the screen. The 1922 H.P. Lovecraft novelette was previously loosely adapted into the gory 1985 cult horror movie Re-Animator, which followed upstart medical student Herbert West accidentally wreaking havoc when he invents a reagent that can awaken the dead. So, what do we know about this new movie? I don't know because I'm bored reading already, but you can go to Screen Rant and find out more if you're interested in a potential reimagination of Re-Animator.
Yeah, I think it'll all depend on a lot of factors if
Yeah.
that'll be good or not. I mean, it's been talked about to death, but it's like that's all they do with movies now. It's just, oh, let's just reboot everything. Let's just redo every. I mean, they're rebooting things that aren't even that old. I mean, like American Psycho is 25 years old this year, and they're doing another version of that. It's like
They
we
are?
don't.
Why? Why would you do that?
I have no idea. I think they're probably just trying to cash in on the sort of Patrick Bateman meme
Well, you know
culture.
what? One thing that's going, you're exactly right. You're 100% right. And one thing that's going on, I saw a great breakdown of this on someone's YouTube channel recently. I wish I could remember their name. All of the studios right now are shuffling ownership. You've probably
Mm,
noticed, like right now, what is it? ABC, I think, is being purchased by Larry Ellison's son, and there's there's all this stuff
CBS.
happening. Yeah, and there's these venture capital companies that are basically going and they are buying IP. They're buying intellectual properties from like big studios, uh, just because they have a proven potential to make money. So it's like the film industry has basically crashed and burned. Like we have a friend who's a Hollywood actor, and to hear him talk, we have a friend who's a boiler room member, and a friend who's a an AD, cinematographer, and they're all telling us the same thing. Like, there's no more work in Hollywood. Like, good luck with that. There's jobs that pop up in British Columbia, Louisiana, Tennessee, places like that that are sort of like new little microcosms of Hollywood that focus on streaming shows and stuff. But essentially, what's happening is you've got venture capitalists coming in and buying all of the intellectual properties, like kind of like we saw with Marvel, with Disney at a very high level, and Star Wars. Disney bought Star Wars and Marvel, the two top tier myth making companies in modern times, contemporary times. So like this is happening at a micro and a macrocosm across these properties. So that's one of the reasons why we're seeing so many reboots right now, is because the writers aren't getting jobs, writers aren't getting paid, actors, that's another story. If you know any of them, they'll say by and large, we're not getting jobs, we're not getting paid,
hmm.
we're getting shitty deals for commercials that we're not interested in. Um, but I think that's why. So someone in that process bought up, the rights to B.E. Ellis's story or something like that, and hopefully they'll do a good job with it. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of original material coming out anytime soon. We're going to see a lot of reimaginations, a lot of sequels. That's going to be a good thing in some cases. Hopefully this will be they'll do it justice.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope that they don't screw it up.
They're talking about Daniel Radcliffe as Herbert West, by the way.
I mean, I could physically, I could see it. I don't think Daniel Radcliffe is a very good actor.
Not
That's
the
my
first one
opinion.
I'd go to. I mean, prove it to me. He was in so wait, is he the one that's from the sparkly vampire movies?
No, that was Robert Pattinson.
Okay, Robert
He was from
Pattinson.
Harry Potter.
Okay, all right. That's what I was, well, okay. So Robert did a good job in Horns and like a couple of indie films. Like I think he's got potential.
Hmm.
And the sparkly vampire guy, he just did a pretty good job in Mickey 17. Spore and I watched that the other night and very much enjoyed that. It was quirky and weird, and his character was outside of all realms, you would consider for him. So, I'll give these guys some grace. I've got, they could maybe do something.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
I
no
think
Jeffrey Combs though, motherfucker.
right. Yeah, nobody's gonna match that.
You can't top that, dude. Have you seen Frighteners, by the way?
No.
Jeffrey Combs is in Frighteners. Frighteners might be the other logical choice. I talked about Meet the Feebles, but when it comes to Peter Jackson's movies, The Frighteners, starring Michael J. Fox, is such a fucking fantastic movie. I can't recommend it enough. And it has Jeffrey Combs in it as the weird paranormal investigator guy. And he's brilliant. He's as brilliant in that. He's more brilliant in that than he is in Castle Freak or Re-Animator.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely. I got that one written down too.
It's so cool. It's got the what's the drill sergeant name from from fucking Full Metal Jacket?
Oh, Lee Ermey.
It's got him in it as a
Oh,
ghost.
nice.
A ghost with an M60. How fucking cool is that?
Oh, that's like a perfect role for him. I was at one last thing, real quick, or actually two last quick things on the Resonator. I had the Wikipedia page open, and when I was reading, I was just kind of glancing at the synopsis, and I was like, "There's things in here I do not remember." And so apparently this is kind of confusing. I guess I have to go and watch the entire series if I can find it. Because so there were 3 arcs of this show, and the Resonator Miskatonic U, which is the one that was on the kind of hour-long one, that's just the first arc. So apparently the whole movie that's made of these different of this series is actually 3 hours long. So maybe they just did like a really short, cut down, edited version.
Okay.
So there's a lot more that happen, and apparently, like West plays a bigger role in it. So there's actually a lot more to it.
Okay,
Than
now I'm intrigued. I felt
realized.
like we were missing something here. So maybe that explains it.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at that. But one and watch the whole thing because I'm really interested. But one last thing I wanted to say on this before we move to Color Out of Space is the opening up of I don't think they don't actually use the term portals, but that idea of like opening up portals, I think is to other dimensions is interesting because Lovecraft is heavily and I don't whether he was I don't maybe he was involved with this stuff. I haven't seen any evidence that he was, but he was at least aware of the occult. And I know like Isaac Weishaupt from Illuminati Watcher has talked about this a lot. Is with the Babylon working ritual, where Jack Parsons and was it who was I think him and L. Ron Hubbard were like out in the desert trying to open up portals to other dimensions and like have entities come through. So I mean that is an occult like Crowleyan kind of idea. Now whether Crowley was influenced by by Lovecraft or whether he took borrowed from that or I don't know, but that that idea is is certainly, whether that's actually, whether you believe in that kind of thing or not, that you can actually, open up portals and try to bring in demons from other dimensions. It's still, that idea is sort of out there in the occult, and it
Yeah.
seems that, and I'm sure that predates Lovecraft, and
Oh
so
yeah.
he's at least aware of it.
No, these guys are inspired by the Knights Templar. They're inspired by the Freemasons. That like it all sort of roots back to ancient secret societies. The Babylonian mystery schools, that kind of stuff. And then you get the injection from sort of the political Zionist and spiritual, if you could call it that, factions that tried to create the myth of Judeo-Christianity, while also on the side having their Talmud, which is rooted in like ancient Sumerian mythology, Egyptian mythology, stuff like that. So like it's it's sort of the whole thing's sort of an uber blending of those like alt mystery schools, and you'll find so much of that in heavy metal, in horror, and in real life, with characters like Crowley. And then, of course, you hit a period in the timeline which, Crowley fits very nicely with, where the creation of groups like MI5 and OSS are happening, and musical bands like the Beatles are becoming more influential than anyone else on the planet. And then those groups start taking weird cues and tactics from mystery schools and applying them to cultural stuff, and getting into mind control. Like this is the essence of where the collision is, for people like us, between film and literature and current events and history. It's all wrapped in here in some way, shape, or form. So it's all part of the fun. It's how you end up with like third eye pineal gland device open Cenobite puppet masters, like this character here.
And that, I will say, the makeup effects they did on that was
Pretty good.
that was actually pretty good.
Practical effects, right? Like they're not
Yeah,
dicking around with like sci-fi channel level CG. Like they're another nod to the old school right there, So it's like, yeah, the movie may feel a little cheap, but at the same time, look at that. That's bad fucking ass.
yeah, that they did a good job on that. I don't know who did makeup on this movie, but kudos to them, whoever it was, because that does look really good. But yeah, I mean, I think that summary of the, what you were just saying with the the line from the ancient secret societies, the direct line that you can see all the way up through culture, and yeah, like with the Beatles, with the Rolling Stones. I mean, you had, Mick Jagger appearing in Kenneth Anger movies, and he had, I think it was Jimmy Page who, like, what, he bought Aleister Crowley's house. I think he said he, like, it encountered a demon in the house or something. Yeah, I mean, really bizarre kind of stuff. And was it which Beatles record was it where they had Aleister Crowley on the cover?
I think that's Sergeant Pepper, if hopefully I'm not wrong.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper, whatever the full title is. I don't know. I don't like the Beatles, but yeah. So very.
And isn't that interesting that like that, when you add that little rabbit hole of context, like earlier I was talking about how the plot in a lot of these Lovecraftian stories are driven by a device, a book, a serum, or an outer space goo, right? Like, who is it that controls the narratives on devices, ancient texts, medical serums, and outer space stuff, right? It's those same people descended from those mystery schools. And now we
Yeah.
have all these like stupid little subversions of them. You know what I mean? All these little microcosms of them, all these little secret societies of today that are all still basically acolytes of that same Babylonian system that we're talking about here, the same thing. I mean, it's pretty amazing. It's actually really astute of Lovecraft to use those things as major plot devices, because who's ultimately in control of those things? I think we know in 2025, right? It's the secret societies.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. And I think that that shows that it's easy for us now because you can go on Google, or maybe not Google. You might have to go on an alternative search engine, and you can find all kinds of information. And you can find people like Isaac who have done these podcasts where you can sort of learn this in under an hour, whereas Lovecraft back in his day, what, late 19th, early 20th century, he was having, I mean, the amount of research and understanding that and reading you would have to do to put that together, I think is underappreciated. I mean, I think that Lovecraft doesn't get credit enough for. I think he was obviously a very smart guy, and a lot of writers. I heard somewhere, and I don't IQ is a murky sort of field, but I heard somewhere, and I don't know if this is true or not, that are um, people who are like writers and people like that, or have higher IQs than people who are like scientists or something. And I mean, maybe it's just that intelligence, it's just like different and used in different ways, but um, anyway, just all that to say that, I mean, yeah, clearly he was obviously a really smart guy. And when you think about, I mean, just to create that mythos, and when we think about writers who have done that, who've created these entire worlds, and I'm sure you have some of the, you got like the guy to Game of Thrones and people like that. But I mean, you've got like Tolkien, C.S. Lewis, Lovecraft. I'm sure there's more I don't know about, but there's not that many. I mean, even some of the best writers. I mean, they might like Kurt Vonnegut. I really like Vonnegut a lot, and he would pull from different. You would see the same kind of characters appearing in different books, but he wasn't like creating entire worlds and mythologies and things like that. So um, anyway, that was kind of all over the place, but yeah, I think he was clearly a very bright. Lovecraft was clearly a very bright guy.
Yeah, he was very there's a lot of tragedy in his life. I was looking at some of his background while you were talking there, and I agree with you. Um, Over here at the Ministry of Truth, I mean Wikipedia, they say Lovecraft's literary corpus is rooted in cosmicism. Cosmicism,
Hmm.
which was simultaneously his personal philosophy and the main theme of his fiction. Cosmicism posits that humanity is an insignificant part of the cosmos and could be swept away at any moment. He incorporated fantasy and science fiction elements into his stories, representing the perceived fragility of anthropocentrism, of humankind, basically. This was tied to his ambivalent views on knowledge. His works were largely set in a fictionalized version of New England. Civilizational decline also plays a major role in his works, and he believed that the West was in decline during his lifetime. Isn't that interesting? He was born in 1890, and by the early 1900s, he's basically an apocalyptic misanthrope, like a lot of us. Lovecraft's early political views were conservative and traditionalist. Additionally, he held a number of racist views for much of his adult life. Following the Great Depression, Lovecraft's political views became more socialist while still remaining elitist and aristocratic. And I think if you read his stuff, you'll pick up on why they make some of those statements about him. There's definitely some colorful old school language in there.
Yeah, I mean, he was certainly, controversial figure who had, yeah, and he was one of those people that kind of got brought up in discussions on people getting canceled, right? Because of it's like, oh, we had these views, and it's like, yeah, I don't back a lot of the things that he believed, at least early in life. But is that a reason to just like cast the guy's books into the garbage bin? I mean, I don't think so. I think there's something there. Um,
What is wrong with people, Maddie, that like we can't just have a little bit of context, like timeline context, like just, have the ability to stop and think about life and think about the way our parents viewed life and the way our grandparents viewed life and the way people that are even older than them viewed life and relating with other humans and stuff like that, and just accept that these things change over time and the way that we talk about them and think about them over time has changed. And because we're sitting here in this particular time zone where you know A, B, and C are acceptable and X, Y, Z are not acceptable, when we all know that they were maybe a turnoff to us, but were normal in other time periods. You know what I mean? It's like you can't, when you start dismissing entire minds from previous time periods because they don't fit in with the cultural milieu that you're currently in, you're only hurting yourself, right? I mean, you need to be able to detach yourself somewhat from culture and the Overton window of what's acceptable to have a holistic view of, where you were, where you are, and where you're going. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I think having that context is important, and people who try to apply today's what I was going to say morality. I mean, I don't think in my opinion, there's a set
Well,
of
unfortunately, today
morals
it's an
and
identity politic instead of a
yeah,
morality.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so but I mean, customs, belief, yeah, things like that change throughout history, and for you can't just like cast aside anybody, and maybe some people do. Maybe they say that this person, what they said, what they believed is too far for me, and that's fine, right? I'm not gonna tell somebody like, no, you should read this person, but it's if that
Yeah, at
goes
some
against your
point you do
conscience, like
have to throw things away from the history, from history's dustbin, but you got to kind of be careful with it, right? You got to have an open mind about it. You got to be not emotionally attached to it.
exactly, yeah, yeah. I mean, anyway, that some of that seems to be lessening. Some people are proclaiming that all the cancel culture is dead. I don't think it is, but it seems to have toned down some, and people are a bit more reasonable about it. So
Well, we've handed it over to the GOP now. So, everybody's
true.
like, okay, we'll let the GOP decide who to cancel. The DNC did a terrible job with that and their NGO buddies, even though the GOP has the same NGO buddies as those guys. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. That's a conversation for another time. My comment would be fuck you in advance.
Well said. But yeah, so to get into, we'll thank you everybody who's sticking with us. Thank you everybody who's still around. I know it's
Let's
late
do
on a
it. Color
Friday, but
color out of
we're
space, man. I don't know if any of our friends and colleagues have covered this movie. I'm sure they have. It's like 6 years old now, but what a great film. And there seems to be an automatic camaraderie between people like myself and Maddie and a lot of you in the chat and our friends in the boiler room when it comes to Nick Cage. I don't know what it
mhm.
is. Like we all just have a thing for Nick Cage, but yeah, to my glee, Nick Cage ended up lead in Color Out of Space, 2019's movie. I believe the director is Richard Stanley. It's a Richard Stanley film at the very least. You've got Nicolas Cage playing Nathan Gardner. Jolie Richardson playing Teresa Gardner, his wife.
Hmm.
I the first time I saw that movie, I thought I was watching Laura Dern. I got to admit.
Mm.
I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment to either of those women, but I really thought Laura Dern was the actor in that movie, and I only realized today, last night, when I started watching it again for the second time, that that's Jolie Richardson playing Teresa Gardner, Nicolas Cage's wife. Madeline Arthur playing Lavinia Gardner. Great name,
Yeah.
Lavinia. I don't know. I'm sure there's a story behind that. Brendan Meyer as Benny G, their son, brother of Lavinia. Julian Hillard playing Jack, their young son. I don't know. He looks like a somewhere between 10 and 12 in that movie, maybe. Elliot Knight playing Ward Phillips, the hydrologist surveyor, and Tommy Chong as Ezra, the uh, unique
Squatter, they call them.
squatter on their property. So that's your rundown to get you started. What'd you think, man, about this movie overall?
I thought it was somebody had done a analysis of it, and I don't recall who it was now, but I remember listening to it, I think a few years ago, and I was like, "Wow, that movie sounds kind of crazy." But I think I was listening to it while I was doing something else while it was streaming, so I was kind of like half paying attention. Which, if you're watching this, whoever did that, that's not an insult, but I wasn't not pay. It's not like I anyway. But it was way crazier than I could have than I expected. I mean, I from that analysis, I was like, this seems like it's a pretty wild movie. But Jolie Richards, I didn't even recognize her because like
Me
I'd seen her in
too.
other things, but I saw her and I was like, I wonder who that is. Like that's a lead actress playing alongside Nick Cage, and like who is that? I've never seen her. And then I saw, I was like, oh, that's Jolie Richardson. Okay, that's I did not I didn't pick up on that. And yes, as Henley says in the chat, Jolie Richardson, her sister Natasha was Liam Neeson's wife. She was also a great actress, and I think she
Yeah.
passed away in a skiing mishap. So very sad. But yeah, she was both very good actresses, both Jolie and Natasha. And then, but yeah, Tommy Chong, that was another one that when I was like, is that who is that? It's like he sounds familiar, and then it hit me. I was like, oh, that's Tommy Chong.
Dude, this may, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna have to check myself on this, but this may be Tommy Chong's greatest role ever. I absolutely like this story only makes so much sense without Tommy Chong's two appearances in the movie. His
Yeah,
first appearance and his last appearance in the movie explain the whole thing so much so that I wrote down what he said almost in its entirety in both of his scenes. I think I have Tommy Chong's like entire dialogue in the movie written down in my notes because they it describe everything that we're seeing and everything that we're going to see in this film. If you haven't seen it, if you have, you know what I'm talking about, but everything you're going to see in this film is confusing. It's on a weird timeline. Sometimes it's daytime, sometimes it's nighttime, sometimes it's beautiful, sometimes it is absurdly disgusting at like a retching physical body level disgusting. It's all over the place. And there's very little explanation for it that you can't like Occam's razor in yourself without Tommy Chong's two pieces of dialogue in the movie.
yeah. I think that was well done because in a lot of cases when you have people explaining what it's like the classic, show don't tell type of thing. But if they just showed you this and they didn't have Tommy Chong telling you, then yeah, it would have been, I don't think anybody would have been able to make any kind of sense out of it, and they blended that in a way that I thought worked really well. So with Richard Stanley, was that his name, the director? So, and I don't know if he wrote it or whoever wrote it, but I thought the way it was done is that it didn't come off as cheap or lazy. And yeah, I mean, I think Tommy was really perfect for this role. And this movie actually, it kind of reminded me of Hereditary, which BLA and I covered we analyzed on his channel. If you want to check that one out, if you haven't seen it, but they are kind of similar sort of movies in a way that they're at least complementary to each other. Where people have these horrifying things happening to them that they don't understand, and they can't make sense of, and there's no way out of it.
Yeah. And it's like a roller coaster for them. Like what happens next is, it just gets so absurd so fast that, you can really kind of empathize with the main characters. And in particular in Color Out of Space, Lavidia, like
Yeah.
her character arc is absolutely nuts. I don't know if it really hit me the first time I watched it, but this time around, it really got me. Like the end scene, it was just like, holy crap, this is, and it falls right in line with the other two movies that we just talked about, and Lovecraft in general. But yeah, it's this one's really well done. It feels very high budget. Just get this out of the way up front before we start going into it. There is the color itself is maybe the key character in this film. And is it pink? Is it purple? Is it magenta? We're not really sure. And you can tell that the characters aren't really sure either. No one knows how to describe this. The color, it's called Color Out of Space. The color itself, it's like a mist, it's like a bug, it's like a plant. It could be basically anything, but it is an essence that has come from outer space. Think like a panspermia sort of, uh, thing, a la Alien or Prometheus or something like that. But it has a very specific color. And I noticed when I was writing bullet points down while watching the film that, like, sometimes I would refer to it as pink, sometimes I refer to it as purple, and sometimes I refer to it as color with a single quote around it. So I'm going to bounce all around that, but it is of note to the characters and the viewer that there is a color, a very particular color in this film that means something, and it is actually a character. It's like, think about Slimer and Ghostbusters, that kind of green. Similar, like the reagent that Herbert West develops, a very particular color of green. It's like that, but it's somewhere in this pink purple realm. So
Yeah, and just real quick on the title, the title, it seems so abstract, right? It's 'cause you're like Color Out of Space. Oh, that seems almost kind of like an artsy sort of title, and then
yeah, no the
it's
in front of it also. I always thought that was
yeah,
weird.
that's a good point. Yeah, you think the Color Out of Space, but it's like Color Out of Space, but it's I think there's kind of a double meaning there, in that it's a color out of space, meaning this color literally came from outer space, like it dropped in from outer space. But and this is something I kind of just thought of in the last few minutes. So maybe this is also kind of half baked, but the color out of space, in that it's sort of almost, it's like it exists kind of outside of space. I mean, it's in space and time, but they're also sort of living in a warped space and time. So and the color is um, like I think in the Lovecraft stories, I kind of did a brief skimming of the Wikipedia article on that. It's the color cannot be described, so it's not like. And I know the color. Oh, that's your brain reflecting whatever. But if I look at this, I'm like, oh, this pen is blue, right? I can look at your shirt, and be like, oh, that's black and that's white. But it's this color that you
This
cannot
pen is
describe,
white.
right? It's a color that cannot be described, so it's sort of outside of anyway. That might sound kind of half baked and kook like, but I don't know. I
Not
think that
really,
that's what I
because
took from it.
it's not half baked, because like, especially if you read this one, like time and space, like that whole 3 and 4 dimensional concept is quite twisted. And you really, as the viewer, at the end of the book, I mean, at the end of this film, you get dragged into a final situation where you can actually feel time being stretched and history being rewritten in a way that like made me go right back to Resonator. We want to be God, and we want to rewrite history, or have the ability to rewrite history, which is what Google's mission is. Sorry, Google. I've heard that from your ex-employees, so just saying.
That's
you guys
true.
you guys might be a horror movie in the making. But anyway, like, that whole, like, that's why you have to have weird montages at the end of these films, because these stories end in a way where you're like, what the fuck just happened? Because you're experiencing the narrative through the protagonist, which oftentimes doesn't even make it to the end of the story. Or if they do, they come out completely insane. They come out like the mad Arab.
Yeah, and that descent into madness and just total um, insanity, and it's very disturbing, and it's very I mean the like I think I mentioned this a second ago, is that you sort of feel like you're losing your mind alongside these characters, and the way that the director was able to uh, create this sense of like paranoia and this impending doom, and it's kind of the movie almost feels like claustrophobic, and you feel like there's some kind of force that is pressing in and pressing down, and it's that real kind of foreboding sense of peril that is through the film. And there's things in there that are really not really, but that I don't know if annoying would be the right word, but there's this sound that plays at multiple points in the movie, and it goes. I actually paused it at one point because I was like, "Where is that coming from outside?" And it's that
Dude,
it sounds like a dog's really high pitched whining, and it'll go on for like a minute at a time.
I'm so glad you brought this up. So today I'm watching this movie, right? And like, last night before I went to sleep, I started it, right? I finished Resonator last night, finished Re-Animator. It was getting, absurdly late. And I was like, well, I'll just start Color Out of Space. And I watched the first 20 minutes of the movie, and I got to the point where they started introducing the sound. So, for those of you that haven't seen it, the Color Out of Space has a sound that goes with it, and it is a high pitched frequency, high pitched sine wave, and it is basically the communication. So what we're dealing with in this film is Nick Cage and his family move into his father's farm, right? They seem like they might have been urbanites and have recently moved into this farm, and he's glommed on to the alpaca trend, and he's farming alpacas, right? And he's got 2 teenage kids, a boy and girl, and a young boy named Jack. And they're in the middle of the night one night, they hear a huge, like, sonic sound, and a wave of this color engulfs the house and engulfs the property. They all have strange, borderline psychedelic experiences that are hard to explain. And they go outside and they realize there is a meteorite in their front yard, a big ass meteorite with this pinkish purple haze coming off of it. And things kind of go back to normal for a minute, but all of a sudden, like from that point on, the perception of reality of Nicolas Cage, his wife, and their 3 children gets weirder and weirder and weirder, to the point where they're communicating. They don't know it yet, but they're all hearing the communication of the color. All right. It was, when we say the color, we're talking about basically an alien hive mind of some sort that has landed in their front fucking yard in a rock. And it projects, and it basically, just to see if I can speed this along, as it sits in their front yard for the first 24 hours, a storm comes along and pinkish purplish color lightning strikes the meteorite over and over again, to the point where the meteorite disappears and nobody knows where it is. But things get weirder and weirder. People are hallucinating, they're hearing things, they're seeing things. The kids in particular and the animals are hearing this high-pitched sound. His youngest son, Jack, perceives the sound as a language, and it's coming from a well. They have a well in the front yard, and it seems that the color has coalesced at the bottom of the well, and it's affecting everybody's temporal experiences. It makes them act and feel like they are UFO abductees. They're missing blocks of time. It's daytime, then all of a sudden it's nighttime. They've been lost in a field because it's been pitch black, but it's still morning when they get home. All kind of weird stuff's going on, but this sound keeps coming, and I was listening to it in my headphones today, because when I had it on the open speakers, my dogs all started barking when the sound would come on. It sounds like air brakes on a school bus or something like that, like a big truck is stopping, but it's this present sound. So the color from the color from out of space is like communicating with the children and the people and the animals on this property with this frankly quite annoying high pitched sound, especially if you're listening to it in studio headphones in the middle of the day, like I was. And Maddie, I put the headphones on because my dogs were barking, thinking there was a truck pulling up outside. And when I put my earbuds in, like you have right now, one of my dogs was still hearing that sound through the earbuds and barking. I mean, whatever that sound is, it has a direct effect on the viewer.
Yeah, that's wild. They could hear it even through the earbuds.
Yeah, that's
But yeah,
Xena,
that's
my dog Xena. She was barking, like hearing that sound come out of my earbuds, which were, well seated in my freaking ear holes.
the use of frequencies, which I guess would be a frequency, a sound, whatever. That's interesting. In that, I know there's a movie. It's a French movie, Gaspar Noé, I think is how you say his last name. It's that I've never seen the movie just because it seems gross and disturbing. And but there's a movie he did
Sounds fun.
where uh, there's some kind of frequency that plays throughout the first part of the movie, and some people have actually apparently it'll some people actually get sick from it, like it'll induce nausea. And what is the name? I think Irreversible. I think that's the name of the movie. And so, fortunately, this thankfully this movie did not have that effect. But one thing I did want to mention real quick is at the beginning, because the movie opens with the teenage daughter out by this lake or whatever it is, doing some kind of ritual, and she's clearly interested in the occult, and that because there she even thinks that, I think, was there something where she said like she thought that what she had done was that ritual or whatever she was doing was the cause of what was happening, and that was, I think it functioned well in the story, but I mean it's also because this movie is very much of its time, even though it seems, somewhat true to the original source material. It was certainly updated because that's a real thing, and I find it concerning that there are a lot of young people who are into the occult. Now, I don't think a lot of them take it seriously, but it's like that's just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, if you're messing around with stuff that you don't really know what you're doing if you don't take it seriously. And I mean, people know this. I went to college in my mid 20s, and the university I went to, there was a known coven of witches on campus, and I don't think I knew any of them. If I did, I didn't know about it, but I just knew that there was a coven around, and they would do rituals and all kinds of stuff, and then that will again come back to play later on. I don't want to jump ahead too far, but that comes around later, and the hydrologist guy Ward, he's sort of portrayed as something of a hero in the movie, but I mean, we also can't forget that Lavinia is probably what, like 14, 15, and this guy is got to be at least in his early 20s, and he's kind of perving on her at the beginning, and it's like, all right,
Yeah.
man, this is that's a little weird. The sort of the way he approaches her and deals with her.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the whole like, modern witch thing is interesting. And I remember noting like he was au fait enough on the topic to be like, oh, that sounds like, this kind of witchcraft versus this kind of witchcraft. Like he
Yeah,
kind of got his first in with her. Like, I mean, this is weird, right? To have this movie open up with like a teenage girl doing some sort of, Wiccan ceremony on a lake or whatever, and you're like, "Oh, what world am I? Where are we walking into here? This is interesting." And then, the hydro surveyor comes up and interrupts her, and she's upset about it. And then, he kind of wins her over by asking you, like, "Oh, which kind of witch are you?" Basically, that's what he was asking her. And I didn't look those two terms up. They were, I probably should have paused and looked those two terms up. I did not, but I assume one's associated with like Sumerian sort of, mystery cults, and one was probably associated with Talmudic mystery schools or something like that. But
well, he said it was like, was it Wiccan or something with an A? I don't remember
yeah,
what the
like
other one was.
Alexandrin or the
Something
A
like
one,
that.
I can't remember. That was the one I was wanted to look up because I felt like because a lot of the whole like when you're reading Lovecraft, there's like this whole Sumerian mythology that a lot of the priests and like, people that are summoning ancient gods and stuff like that are dealing with. And it always goes back to Necronomicon Ex Mortis, which is sort of the book, right? Which is the other plot device, the book. It's what you see in Evil Dead. It's what brings about everything that happens in Evil Dead 1, Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, and a lot of the reimaginations of that stuff. And it's featured in a number of other books. And, you can get yourself a copy of the, quote unquote modern sort of corporate Necronomicon. It's mostly LARPing, it's as LARPy as like Anton LaVey's Book of Rituals, the Satanic Rituals and stuff. It's kind of just like a lot of recycled um Nietzschean nihilism mixed with some mystery school stuff and some cool art to go with it, and some attractive blasphemy for people that are pissed off at the church. It's just sort of like the trickle down from the Freemasons and the Talmudic weirdos and the Knights Templar and all that's all like trickled down into these various substratas of secret societies that kind of LARP as an original thing.
Yeah, when I'm on that note, I'm glad you brought up the symbol earlier, because when later on when Lavinia opens, she gets the Necronomicon out. That's because I was wondering what that symbol was, because that's the same symbol that's on the pendant that the like when we were talking about earlier with the professors in the Resonator, is they had that same symbol. Um, on there, which it kind of, I was like, it kind of looks like a pentagram. It kind of looks like the what's the Thelema star thing?
Oh, yeah.
Is it you know what I'm talking about? And
Yeah, I know what you
it
mean. I can't remember the name of it.
kind of reminded me of the Morbid Angel logo a little bit too.
Yeah, well, I
I
mean,
think, is that
it's
the right band I'm thinking of?
no,
There's some
that
band
you're
that
on
has
it.
a,
You're on it. That's the right band. Like, here, let me see if I can bring it up.
like the one with their name where
Yeah,
whatever kind of font
it's
that's in.
in the middle of their logos. So here it is. I got it. Let me bring it over here. Oh, wait.
Unicursal hexagram. Thank you, Henley. I could not think
There
of
you
what that was
go.
called.
There you go. This one right here in the middle of the Morbid Angel logo.
Yes.
There's an upside down cross, there's a pentagram, and there are several other shapes in there, probably Kabbalistic. I don't know. I can't remember, but you'll find that same thing on the I keep calling it the corporate cover of the Necronomicon. I don't know what else to call it because like I got a copy. I have a copy. I have this exact copy. Let me see. Necronomicon book. I got this at Tower Books. You can order it. See here is exactly what I'm talking about. That's why I call it the corporate version of the Necronomicon. You can order it at Amazon for $7.99. It's written by Simon. Okay, pen name. But like this is basically sort of your basic bitch Necronomicon that you can go buy. I guess they probably don't have Tower Books anymore. Funny side story, actually, not so funny side story. When I got my copy of the Necronomicon, that exact one I just showed you, I was at Tower Books across the street from the mall in Citrus Heights in Sacramento, and a shooting happened in the front
Whoa.
of the store while I was holding that book. And I had to run. My buddy and I ran out the back of the building, and I had the book in my hand. So I somewhere in a box somewhere, I have that exact book that you can still get on Amazon. The Necronomicon there by Simon.
Very creative pen name.
Yeah, right. But that was sort of the, you know, one of the books that a lot of people had in the background. Of course, there's the H.R. Giger Necronomicon and Necronomicon 2, which are books of art that are inspired by this whole ethos by H.P. Lovecraft. And if you know, your Giger, that is a fantastic art book. Like if you're into his style, his biomech style and all that stuff, like I've I don't know if I still have it. I think I had it at one point, but there are like coffee table size versions of H.R. Giger's Necronomicon and Necronomicon 2 that have like his complete works, his artistic works from all of this whole, his imagination of H.P. Lovecraft. And that's good stuff if you're into that dark kind of art stuff.
Yeah, Jason makes an interesting point. Before we jump back into the movie, he said that the Necronomicon has a companion book called Gate to the Necronomicon. It contains all the sigils you'd need in conjunction with the incantations of the Necronomicon, which that shows you that it's like, hey, here's these incantations. Oh, and I have this other book that has all the sigils you need.
Right? There's
Yeah,
that whole
that's
sort of
double
pirate map hunt thing, decoder ring thing going on. I was like, if I do all this occult research, maybe I can actually do something which will actually fall back into the plot of this movie, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the first of the three. I think it's three scenes with the Tommy Chong character. Is he's almost kind of like the way I thought of him. I think it's the second time he shows up. He sort of functions as a shaman of sorts, of where they're going through this very bizarre experience, and he sort of tapped into into what's going on. And so
He's even got
when
medicine man face paint, right?
yeah, exactly. And so when they go, like you mentioned, the storm where the it's like this meteorite is attracting this lightning. That's when the older son and Ward, the hydrologist, they go to see Tommy Chong, who's living in this off the grid house that's sort of inexplicably just on these people's property, and they're aware of it and they know him, and it's just kind of normal. And so he offers him weed, and he's like, "Nah, I'm good." And so then he offers him coffee, and Ward is looking at this coffee, and he's like, "There's clearly something wrong with the water." He's like, "Maybe it's just rust in the taps." And
They're all drinking it, and there's like that oil slick on top.
oh yeah, yeah. And then I can't think of the Tommy Chong character, but he just kind of brushes it off like, whatever, no big
Ezra.
deal. And Ezra, yeah. And then we see this kind of, I think, where the sort of the craziness initially starts to set in is when and Nicolas Cage, I mean, he absolutely nailed this role. This is one of his best performances in this role. But there's that scene where we don't actually see the news, or we see the news vans pull up, and so he goes out, and so then they're showing him on TV. The family's watching it on TV. We don't actually see him being interviewed, but he's all like, his hair's a mess, and he's just kind of rambling. And the
So
reporter's like,
good.
"Were you sober when this happened?" And it's like, "Oh well, I like to drink bourbon, but I had a few drinks, but no, by that time, like, I wasn't drunk." And so he's like ranting and raving, and is just like furious over the fact that he looks like an idiot on TV. And this is though where things really start to take the darker turn, because his wife is cutting up carrots for dinner, and so he tells the youngest son, he's like, "Hey, go get your mom." And she's chopping, and you can tell something's going, because she's chopping closer and closer to her fingers, and you can tell, you're like, something's happening here. And then she chops off two of her fingertips with this knife,
Like a good
and
half inch of both of them, like these two
yeah,
fingers, like all the way down to the bottom of the nail almost.
yeah, I mean, she takes a good chunk of, and then just turns around, hand up, bleeding everywhere, and doesn't even realize it, But anyway. Yeah, that's the first scene. It was like, whoa, okay, the something really gnarly is going on here.
Yeah, something has gone very wrong at that point. And yeah, Tommy Chong's character, Ezra, I wrote, it's one of those weird lines I wrote. Ezra, the techno slash hippie slash off grid slash tech guy. Like, I mean, how contradictory could that be? Um, just the strangest character, like the fact that he's off grid but that he's a tech guy at the same time, I found just delightful. I like, he's like, that fictional character is like the kind of person I would imagine listening to Boiler Room or a show like this. You know what I mean? Like, they have no internet, yet they're completely wired. No power, yet they're completely freaking powered. So, like, that, all what you just described, that happens after, like, all the lightning has hit this meteorite, and in the background, in the scenery, like, what you're seeing is these beautiful flowers and these really beautiful bugs. But are they beautiful? Like, they do a close up on one of these bugs, and it's got like Cthulhu tentacles coming out of its mouth. But
Hmm.
when it backs off, it's like this beautiful pinkish purple bug, right? Like, so, like, the property's starting to change. The family's perception of reality is starting to change, illustrated by what Maddie just said right there, with Teresa chopping her fingers off and not noticing it. And at this point, Nicolas Cage's character Nathan has to take his wife to the hospital, right? And this, this is like late afternoon, early evening, dinner time, right? She's preparing dinner. So they leave little Jack with the two teenagers and they go off to the hospital. But then the teenagers start having weird experiences and going in time loops and doing things and then finding them undone or hearing that high pitched sound. And all the while, their young brother, Jack, is sitting on the front stoop of the house, staring at the well, hearing that high pitched sound that Maddie was talking about. So it's like there's this high pitched sound. It's very obtrusive for the viewer. It's very in your face. I mean, it's the sort of film tactic that is a gamble because some people, I guarantee you, will walk out of the theater after
Yeah.
a few doses of that sound, right? Which
Yeah.
a lot of directors are cool with. They want you barfing in the theater. They want you walking out. This goes all the way back to Hitchcock.
Oh no, yeah, 100%. I mean, like I don't remember the name of the guy, but like the guy who made Cannibal Holocaust, like I'm sure that guy was not like, oh yeah, like I hope everybody sits through this whole movie. He's like, oh, I'm gonna see if I can clear this theater out in like
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Cannibal Ferox also, or Pharaoh. I don't know how people pronounce it, but those two movies are just like, okay, guys, you've reached the bottom. I don't know if you reached the bottom of the barrel or if you set the bar like really high. I don't know what metaphor to use for those two movies, but they're right there with Requiem for a Dream for me, where it's like I saw it once, that's good enough. Two Girls, One Cup, saw it once, good enough. Never gonna go back to it. Thank you for fucking up my life, but good
Yeah,
job.
Requiem for a Dream, that and I Melt with You are two movies. I'm like, okay, very disturbing. And
Yeah.
after those two, I was like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah, Neon Demon, Doom Generation. I could throw a few more in there.
Yeah. The Boogie Nights, that was another one. I was like, I shouldn't have. Why did they even? That was one of those. I got to the end. I was like, why did I watch this movie? Why did I
Well,
spend like 2.5 hours watching this?
well, for a lot of people, I think Color Out of Space would fit into this category too, frankly, because of the scene we're getting to where his wife and his young son get blasted by the purple light and melded into a eternal beast of suffrage of two souls, squashed together in some sort of meat spider sandwich demon thing. Like, I may have skipped a couple steps here, but eventually, like, this purple light blasts Teresa and little Jack into a fused together flesh monster of suffering that is combined with a lot of this high pitched sound. Do you want to watch the movie yet, folks? Are we making it sound fun? Nick, are you watching this? I hope we are. Hope we're doing you justice. But anyway, like pick up on anything I may have skipped between like that, the well, the dog, the animals, and like the melding. But like that's where this really and the scenery just becomes more beautiful all along, right? Like that's the crazy thing about this movie. Like the grounds of the farm literally become more and more beautiful and more terrifying equally as the film progresses.
Yeah, it's like everything becomes more like lush, the landscape, because there's that scene where they see these really nice flowers growing up. I think they're right by the well, and the Jolie Richardson character asks, I can't remember the names, the Nicolas Cage. She's like, "Oh, did you?" Or I think he asked her, "Did you plant those flowers?" And she's like, "No, maybe they're perennials."
Yeah.
And there's a few things I wanted to hit where Jack, the youngest son, he starts to develop this fixation on the well, and he claims that his friends live in the well, and like he's just sitting out there staring. And then the time loop, because Nick Cage character takes his wife to the hospital after she cuts her fingers off, and so it's showing, then it's daytime, like he's only gone for a night, right? But it's like night, and then it's day, and then it's night, and then it's day again. And the Lavinia keeps trying to call him, and he's calling her, but every time they answer the phone, it's just like this garbled kind of static, and it's like a radio station when you have the dial between two stations, and you can't quite, there's like voices, but you can't quite make out what is uh, what's happening. And then like the alpacas keep getting out because Nick Cage tells his children, hey, make sure the alpacas get put up. And he goes to put them up, and but then they're right back out again. And they're just hanging out in the yard. And so then like Ward keeps showing up, and he tells them, he's trying to tell them like, don't drink the water here. I think there's something wrong with it. But then another thing with the landscape and the plants is that they're growing crops, or they're growing, I think, whatever kind of vegetables, fruit, whatever it was that they're growing on the land. The Nick Cage character gathers a bunch of them up, and he takes a bite out of one, and we don't really know what's wrong with it, but it's gross. It's like inedible. So he spits it out. So he keeps taking a bite out of them, and then just like freaks out and goes into a rage. And it's like throwing them in the trash can. And the same thing, he also goes into a rage when he gets back from the hospital. He's normally he's almost kind of like a goofy kind of guy, just very sort of even, but he's just like is just going ballistic and freaking out on his children. And they're trying to explain to him that, because they can't really articulate what's happening, and he thinks that they're just being lazy and irresponsible. And yeah, like just totally freaks. And one last thing, if you want to jump back in, something the family dynamics I thought were interesting, because the mother and wife is sort of detached because she had cancer, and then the Nick Cage character, and he clearly seemed to have issues with his father, and he's clearly drinking a lot, and maybe he was sort of unstable to begin with. And he there's references, like he says something about I think it's later in the movie, he says something like, I'm not a monster like my father. And the three children, where the two older children, Lavinia and what's the son's name, Benny, they sort of will go at it with each other, and they kind of have these moments where they're kind of antagonistic towards each other, but then also where they have a little close, seem to be a bit closer. But then the younger son, like they're both very sort of sweet and almost kind of like doting on Jack, and he sort of gets treated as the sort of stereotypical baby of the family. So yeah, the sibling relationships, and then the relationships, because there's like with the two parents, Nicolas Cage and Jolie Richardson. When the meteorite crashes, they are engaging in marital relations, which is something that they hadn't done in quite a long time. Uh, so yeah, just the I thought the family dynamics and relationships they weren't really, that was sort of I don't know if not subplot, that's not the right term, but I like the way that they kind of put all those together, because it did seem realistic, even though this movie is not realistic in a lot of ways. There is a lot of real life situations that really make sense to how families, particularly in now in the second decade of the 21st century act.
Yeah, totally, man. And I think I didn't catch it until late in the movie the first time I watched it, but this time when I watched it, my suspicion is that as soon as that scene happened where the meteorite hit and the color flashed through the whole family, like Nicolas Cage's character started to lose itself. Like that was when his father's persona started to infect his body. That's why
Mm.
like his cadence and the way that he treated his family and the way that he talked and his accent all sort of changed. Like the first time I watched it, I was like, "Whoa, this color is making him Nick Cage be real wacky." But I think he was actually doing two characters. He was doing, himself in contemporary times, but then once the Flash happened, he was battling the persona of his father, who was inhabiting him partially via the color. Um, but that's where stuff starts getting really confusing because at this point in the show, like in the movie, everyone's experiencing time loss. They're all acting like UFO abductees to the point, like where Maddie said, where like they even Nick Cage's character went on television and sort of sounded like an insane UFO person. All the tech stopped working. They're having weird hallucinations and seeing dead people. And when the hydrologist went to see Tommy Chong's character, Enzo, Tommy Chong said the aliens came on the rock. So it was like Tommy Chong knew ahead of everybody that like nothing was going to be the same anymore. And at one point he had the hydrologist there in his little squanty shack or whatever, and he was listening with a listening device to the ground in his shed and recording it. And he said, "The people under the floor, dude, aliens. It's not out there. It's in here.
Yeah.
It's in the static. It's in the moisture. Up is down. Fast is slow. What's in here is out there. And what's out there is in here now." Like that was a key like shaman moment right there from the film when he said that, because that's when you kind of know, okay, this really is about like, external to earth alien goo sort of stuff.
Yeah, no, yeah, 100%. I mean that I like how they did. Like I was saying earlier, I don't think it was too obvious, and kind of cheap and lazy to have him explain these things, because Ward he's sort of an outside character. He's not part of this family. He's not really. He is affected to some extent, but he's not personally affected by what is happening. He's not getting sort of possessed by this color. And I think that's a really insightful point about Nathan sort of being two people, of him sort of being possessed by his father's spirit, because that's that's insightful, which I didn't pick up on that, but I think that actually makes a lot of sense, because you're right. I mean, he did seem like he was, like I said, even the way he talked, everything about him, even the way he carried himself.
He brought that Midwestern, like older Midwesterner accent into the way he talked, like really obviously. And the first time you heard it, it's like really jarring. Like when he was deriding his daughter and being much meaner than you would ever see him be to her. But like, yeah, psycho grandpa that's drunk on whiskey from decades earlier, he might talk like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like the granddad in Holes. That flashback scene with Sigourney Weaver's character as a young girl. That's but that the scene you mentioned earlier. So let's the scene, because Lavinia she pulls out the Necronomicon and does another ritual out of it, and does some pretty gnarly self-mutilation. She takes a box cutter and like digs into, I think, her arm, and then carves that Necronomicon logo into her chest. And then I can't think of the name of the rune. It almost looks like, if people know like the Jesus fish thing that people will put on their it almost looks like that, but it's upright. I don't know the name of that room, but she has that carved between her eyes.
Like an incomplete infinity symbol. Someone out there is going to know exactly the symbol and just going to grind their gears that we don't know it. But yeah, that one exactly. It's like the Jesus fish facing up, but
Yeah.
it's open on the bottom part, like
Mhm.
where it could turn into an infinity symbol. Yeah, and
Odal
that was
rune. Thank you, Jason.
yeah, there you go. ODAL rune, the Odal rune. Yeah, that one. Um, and that comes into play in the final scenes of this movie also. But she inscribed a whole bunch of like Sumerian stuff into her palm. She did that one we showed earlier that Morbid Angel used in her palm, and then she had a bunch of like runes or some shit on her knuckles, and then did the one we were just talking about in the third eye area. And it
And
was a protection spell. It was supposed to be, I think this is noteworthy because she wanted to leave, she wanted to escape, she wanted to get out of there, right? She was packing. And
mhm.
then she saw her Necronomicon and she was like, boom, she opened it up and she was like, rather than trying to leave, they were 12 miles in the woods. You could hike 12 miles, honey. You could do it. You should have just left. But anyway, she gets her Necronomicon out and she carves a bunch of shit in her face and on her fists and reads the incantation. But it is a protection spell, and I think that comes into play in the final scene.
Yeah, and I mean that shows just to the extent because I think there, if I remember right, there was a kind of a quick thing where Nathan mentioned something in passing about the fact she's got all this stuff carved into her body, which I mean that shows just how far gone these people are. Because if you have a teenage daughter and she comes out of her room one day and has all these occult symbols carved into her body with a box cutter, like most people are going to hit the ceiling and go right through it. I mean, that's a really extreme thing, and they're just, it's like it doesn't even phase them.
But
They
her dad, don't forget, Maddie, her dad just found an alien jellyfish in the shower that like absorbed his whole arm and left his arm like leather with scales on it. So,
Yeah.
things are getting weird up in here.
Yes, and increasingly more and more bizarre. And I can't remember if this is because Lavinia realizes like we got to get out of here because she asks what's his name, Benny, and she's like, "Oh, do you still have that girlfriend up in wherever?" And he's like, "Nah, we weren't dating." And she was like, "Well, we got to get out of here."
Yeah. Time to bail.
And but then eventually kind of resigns herself to the fact that there's no escape from this. But then, yes, like you mentioned, that really gross scene of where this pink or purple, whatever this color is, lightning comes out and it hits Jack and Teresa, and because we didn't even get into the animals. That was so gross. Like the
Dude, the
animals are
alpacas,
basically, yeah, they're disintegrate, like their furs coming off and they're kind of congealing into this mass.
like
Um,
the alpaca zombie, it turned into like a seven-headed hydra of like fleshy alpaca, like goo. It was nuts.
yeah, really gross. And so yeah, then Teresa and Jack get like fused together, where like his head is coming out of her back.
All other thing, very thing vibes in that scene, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Very good call out on that. Um, and so yeah, then they're stuck because then I can't remember. I'm jumping around here, but uh, uh, what's
No,
his name? I'm
you're
trying to
you're
get all
pretty
these.
much you're pretty much on the timeline here, buddy. So like
Yeah, because
Jack and
Nathan.
Jack and Jack and Benny find the alpacas starting to change, and then like that's when everybody sees the light that fuses Teresa and Jack, and um, then that's when after that Benny goes down the well, right? Like
That's
Benny
right.
gets obsessed and goes down the well
To get the dog.
to get the what he thinks is the dog who's gone missing, and basically gets integrated into the color right in front of Lavidia's eyes. And as that's all happening, Nick Cage's character Nathan is like basically turning into his dad, and he tries to feed Lavinia to the creature that has become her mother and her brother. He locks her in the attic, and tries to let, you know, whatever that creation of the color is, and it ends up looking also like something from The Thing, like a big spider demon like thing. Like, see, here's one of those bullet points I was talking about earlier. If somebody just picked this up randomly, I was like, this guy's insane. Mother, which is what I'm calling the demon that is Teresa and Jack. Mother is a horrific spider crab demon Cenobite with Jack as a wart on her ass, but like Quado.
That's 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 a good description on that.
Next
Very
bullet
vivid.
point. Teresa tries to eat Lavidia.
Yeah, and that's I didn't even pick up on the fact that he was basically trying to feed the daughter to this creature. But no, that's and there was a part where Nathan tries to leave, like the car won't crank. I think their phone dies at some point, so
Nothing
they're
works.
basically
It's
what
like
was
a
that?
UFO is hovering. It's like fire in the sky, man. No cars
Yeah,
work. All batteries stop. Phones don't work. Calls are all garbled. You're fucking stuck.
yeah. There's no way out, and yeah. So that's when that's right. So then Nathan kills this spider demon thing that used to be his wife and youngest son. And
Individually, he
then,
has to kill them both, right? He has
yeah,
to shoot his demon spider zombie wife in the head and then shoot the um Quado style version of their young son Jack wart off her ass. Like, execute them individually. It's pretty horrific, that whole arc of the story.
yeah, it's really, yeah, it's rough.
There's a
And it's
lot of
really setting
suffering
in that.
sounds and, like, like long-term, like, scenes that seem to go on forever, where it's just like you're watching this lump of, former human flesh turn into an alien beast, meat zombie puppet Cenobite thing, and you're just hearing the ringing sound in the background. Are we selling the movie? Do you want to see it yet?
People are gonna be rushing out to watch it, but yeah, it's like this just endless, like agonized
I
groaning
don't know if we're
that
good ambassadors for films, Maddie.
yeah, and and then so Ward goes to the mayor because the reason he's out there is because he's surveying or doing water testing or whatever for a dam that's going to be that they're trying to build. And so he goes to see the mayor, who it's typical politician. She's yelling and screaming, and he's trying to, I think, warn her about what's going on, but I don't. It's unclear if she won't see him or if they actually have the meeting and she just brushes him off, because that's when he's leaving, and this, I don't know, cop or sheriff's deputy or whatever calls him over, and they find and because this guy had found part of this fused mass of animals, and so then that's when they go out to the when they go out to the farm out there to try to find out like what's going on here, and to because it's clear by that point something weird is going on, and there's something I may be skipping over things, you can certainly fill this in, but something I wanted to mention is that they have this. Actually, I'm jumping too far ahead, but well, I'll just when they go to the final scene with Ezra, the Tommy Chong character. I'm not a doctor or whatever. I don't know about decomposition rates, but whenever they see Ezra, who is appears to be decomposing on his couch, it almost I kind of wondered. I was like, was Ezra even real in the? I mean, clearly there's somebody there, but it's like, was he actually? Were they talking to a real person when they were there? Is this guy like who is this guy? Is he some kind of otherworldly creature? I mean, he's clearly like a shaman type of character, but I kind of wonder. Was like he seems pretty well decomposed, and I mean, again, time is kind of out of whack. But it just made me wonder because Ward, was talking to him and he saw him, and then kind of makes me wonder what was this guy ever actually there? Did he really talk to him? Was that something going on with like time? And I don't know. I don't really know what to make of that, but I thought it was kind of odd.
It's a really interesting question that you bring up because he's essentially Ezra, like I was saying earlier, is like he's like the Oracle. If this was the Matrix, Ezra is the Oracle, right? Like, and when you're in a weird space that's crossing realities, you have to have the Oracle is sort of your North Star, right? And whoever's writing the story, it's really kind of uh, a technique of theirs to leave it up to you and I, the viewer slash reader slash listener, to decide how real the oracle might be or how real the plot device might be. And the answer is really not in the movie. So it's a good question because you're, reaching outside the literal boundaries of the plot, but they're completely within grasp because it could be maybe not real, but like if everything is taken as we see it, the first two times we see him he's actually there, and the third time we see him he is a like dead corpse rotting in a very strange way with a recording of his own words playing back where he says uh a couple things. One of the things he says, it lives in the well. It came from the stars where things aren't like they are here. It's just a color. It sucks and it burns. I think that was his final message that was playing on the recorder as the sheriff discovered him along with Wade in that chair, kind of looking zombified but unanimated, if that fits for tonight. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it could go either way. That's one of those fun things about stories like this that are left to the reader or viewer's interpretation.
Yeah, and I always appreciate that when things are kind of left ambiguous and it's open to interpretation. Because yeah, there was something here in the plot synopsis where yeah, it said where Ezra claims that the color is attempting to remake its environment into something similar to it.
Yep.
So it's basically this yeah thing that just it's trying to make it. It just sort of subsumes everything around it,
Like
and
geoengineering, like panspermia, like
right,
aliens, bro, like all this stuff, right? In reverse.
yeah.
All
And
right.
so the ending is where Ward. So everybody died. Like everybody in this dies. All the main characters, the sheriff or deputy or
Well,
cop, whatever he
there's a
is.
noteworthy death I would like to discuss
Oh, sure, sure.
before we get out of here. The sheriff and Wade, they're rushing over there as after they saw the flesh pile that Maddie talked about earlier. Nathan, Nick Cage's character, gets weirder and weirder. Mother slash Jack is this horrific spider demon. Teresa, the mother creature, tries to eat Lavidia. And then Nathan comes in when Wade and the sheriff gets there, and he shoots Mother. He shoots Jack. We talked about that. Um, but when Wade and Lavidia exit the house, this is, I think, noteworthy and probably important. they exit the house and they see the color, right? Like not just in the well, not just in the creatures, but like an actual like massive manifestation of the color. And it starts affecting all of them. And at that point, Nathan is holding his gun towards like his daughter and Wade. The sheriff is behind Nathan. The sheriff shoots Nathan, so Nick Cage's character gets shot, and he's not dead yet. And Lavidia's just like wants to stay with her dad, and Wade and the sheriff go off to see Ezra at that point because it's just like total purple chaos going on at this point. Nick Cage's character is dying. His witchy daughter is freaking out about it and getting weirder and weirder. And then they go see Ezra, and he had that recording that I just repeated to you. And then the sheriff gets absorbed by a tree, like straight out of Evil Dead 2. The sheriff gets killed by a tree. And then Wade goes back and he finds Lavidia by the well, and she at this point has merged with the color into some sort of like levitating super witch almost. And she has this vision, and she's shown the world that the color came from. She's shown this alien world, and it's full of like, wormy tentacle weird shit, and like there's this whole crazy like Lovecraftian landscape, and it coalesces at the top of this big mountain. And at the top of the mountain, there's the giant symbol, the one that she has had carved into her forehead from her protection ritual. But she's had like a vision of like the complete alien world. Um, and Wade then witnesses Lavidia like opening the Stargate from the well and disassociating into this like weird purple pink wormhole and into the Stargate. There's this like weird fucking scene at the end there where there's just this umbilical cord that goes from their yard, from the well, to the originating planet of all this stuff. And then it goes to crazy like ashes. And then that's almost it. Like it almost ends after that, but it goes to this weird white screen. But yeah, that part I thought was like in line with the other movies as well, like portal being connected and your sort of apex wizard, integrating into the plot device. In this case, alien goo.
Yes, I can't believe I didn't think to. I'm glad you brought that up because that was a tough one to figure out because the Lavinia seemed to be the most resistant to whatever this thing was. Like she was fully aware. I mean, like Nathan just completely, he had no defenses against it. Jack, I mean, like all these, but she seemed to be the one that really fully understood, or maybe not fully, but had the best grasp of the gravity of this situation and how serious and that how dangerous it was and like how they needed to uh, get out of there, right? And I don't think the protection spell really worked the way she intended it to, but she didn't seem to have as much of a sort of gruesome end as the others. It's almost like it was almost like she was absorbed by this thing in a what seemed like a less violent uh, kind of manner. That's another thing I'd have to think about more and maybe watch the movie again and try to wrap my head around. But she seemed to have, I don't know, she was sort of operating on a different level, if you will, than a lot of the other family was when it came to this
You're on
color.
it. You're on it. I think you're on the right path there, and I felt the same way after the first time I saw it, and when I watched it this time, probably especially because I had just like watched Re-Animator twice and Resonator, I started kind of locking into some of the archetypes. But in my head, this time around, uh, Lavidia's character absolutely protected herself, and absolutely, like, the only character who did better than her was Wade. Like, Wade
Hmm.
actually made it through all this, and Lavidia, she was the only character in the family and in the animals and in that little ecosystem there that decided she was, and don't get me wrong here, I'm not being like, pro Sumerian paganism or anything like that, but in her situation, for her to place the Necronomicon spell of protection upon herself and to remain there with her family while they all experienced the madness of the color out of space. And she was the only one that was able to protect herself to the point where it was like, the color out of space gifted her the vision of what it was. And lo and behold, somewhere out there in space, the same sigils that, she was into in the Necronomicon, which we can assume are, Sumerian in mythology, were out there. And there's this vast mystery between, like, why here some teenager with the corporate copy of the Necronomicon is, like, writing sigils, carving sigils in her forehead, and having powers from outer space come down and integrate her entire world, in like some sort of geoengineering experiment for themselves. And she was able to fully, like, be gifted, if you can call it that, air quotes, gifted the knowledge of, the planet that came here and did this to her, and then be integrated into it and fly into that wormhole that connected to that planet. That's actually a success for her compared to her mom, her two
Yeah.
brothers, and her dad, right? So she kind of was protected in a weird, like, pro Necronomicon sort of way.
Yeah, no, that's a yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's almost as if by doing this, it's maybe in a way it was like a way of protection and sort of united herself to whatever this thing is through some kind of, I don't know. I'm not an expert on this stuff. I don't know a ton about it, but through these sort of sigils and that mirrored what was out there. I mean, because this force, I think, it's seems pretty clearly, a dark. It's a dark force, right? It is, and what she was doing is sort of a dark kind of thing, and but yeah, I mean, I think you're right that she did. She fared better than anybody else, except for the hydrologist guy. That she, yeah, like you said, yeah, definitely better than her mom and youngest brother. I mean, who probably who got
Dude,
it the worst by far.
talk about the shortest straw. That movie
Yeah.
right up there with Hereditary in that sense, man.
Yes. Yeah. This one, after now discussing it, it's kind of sunk in more, and I've had some. It's been just a few hours now since I watched it, and I'm thinking, you know what, this movie is actually
It's
even more disturbing. This may
it's
be.
majorly fucked up, man. Like,
Oh, it's
I have a
extremely.
completely new appreciation, and this is from the same producers that produced Mandy. I was saying in the YouTube chat, Mandy is probably my favorite modern, if not favorite, like, horror slash revenge film ever. Like, that film, Cosmatos and Cage are an incredible fucking duo, and that movie is amazing. Same with Black Rainbow. Like, those two movies are just top tier modern thriller horror cinema slash revenge. And this movie is by the same producers, same people, some of the same people involved. And you can really tell, you can get the vibe. Like, if you're a fan of Mandy, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't seen any of these movies, well, you've got some homework to do. I do have to get out of here to close this down, but that closing scene where they pan out and everything goes to white. Like everything has been either black and gray or purple and pink through the whole movie. And then there's this scene where like everything goes to pure white and then it turns to gray as the camera pans out and you see the property basically covered in dust. And then you see Wade crawling out of the dust and he starts, then it pans to some years down the road and it shows that landscape and it's covered in water. And, he's kind of narrating the end there and he says, I'll never drink it. I hope they bury it in enough water, but I'll never drink that water. It was just a color out of space, a messenger from realms whose existence stuns the brain and numbs us with the gulfs it throws open before our frenzied eyes. Once again, great quote, probably the most Lovecraftian quote in the entire trilogy we've covered here tonight. Thanks for having me. It's been a blast, and I can't wait to see what we're going to do next.
Yes, absolutely. I mean that just final note on that quote was reminded me of, like, if you read the Iliad by Homer, Homer has a way he can describe somebody, getting butchered, like, in a battle, but it's such a beautiful kind of poetic sort of way, that has this really rich imagery and really evocative. And I think that kind of quote is the same. It's a similar sort of characteristic where it's this describing this really horrible thing, but there's a real kind of beauty to the way it's written. But yes,
B.E. Ellis, man, B.E. Ellis has the same thing going on. Dean Koontz, Brian Lumley, some cases Stephen King's early works. Like some people are able to describe the darkest, most brutal, inhumane things in ways that you would never think to even think about, much less hear or read or, have an image painted for you via words or cinematography from. So, it all fits into what we're talking about here tonight. So, again, super fun, man.
yes,
Really enjoyed it.
very well said. Yeah, and on that, yeah, really appreciate you being here. It's late where I am, so I'm gonna go crash. But thank you, everybody. Yeah, Jason, good call out on the mountain division, the Nazi mountain division with the rune. Yeah, good point on that. But yes, thank you everybody for hanging out. Thanks everybody who tuned in, and yeah, we'll do another. Try to get another one of these in before the end of the month. I got a list of horror movies, so we'll get you back on here, and yeah, we'll hammer out exactly what we're going to do, and should be fun. So yeah, thanks again, everybody, and thank you, Hesher, for being here. Always a good time talking to you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. Find me at alternatecurrentradio.com.
Yes, everybody check that out. Listen to the Boiler Room. Listen to 21st Century Wire. All the other shows, or Sunday Wire, excuse me. All the other shows over there, and we will see y'all soon.